soon. Take me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skiing alone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them and wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? 'Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. helmet. Preparing myself with top no weapons. On my own I stopped caring, cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet? You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet?
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, we scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, fact speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck all my ops. We just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, I rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment, one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. My bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night. All through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Get what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. song, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. I won't take it no more. I won't be. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know
the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Hello and welcome to the second Open Qualifier for the Icon Series. My name is TJ, and for the first time in my entire time casting across multiple different esports, many years, I have been joined by someone whose name is as short as my own. It is AJ alongside me for today.
And there's more of first times, right? Because it's the first time the Mustachio is here in the Rift. And TJ, I'm super duper happy that it's with you, man, because you gotta carry me, Senpai, today.
All right, I'll try. Is this your first time ever casting Wild Rift today?
It is. So to the community
I'm
of
so
Wild
excited.
Rift, the Mustachio is excited but nervous. So go easy on me. I understand the hate that I'll get, and I accept it with a very, very open up heart, but go easy on me, all right?
That is not true at all, AJ. I have reached out ahead of time to everyone. I've told them to be nice to you, and it turned out I didn't have to tell them. They were already just wonderful, kind souls who wouldn't think for a second of being mean to anyone. On the top of that good news, I have more good news for you. We are into the second Open Qualifier. So you may have tuned in previously when we did qualify our first 2 teams for the Icon Series. We have 4 more teams today. They went through an open bracket yesterday. Now we've got 2 semi-finals ahead of us. The winners of both of those will go on to the series proper. Before we get too far into that, ESL Mobile Open format will work this season.
Well, let's take a quick, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the 4 squads that, TJ just walked you through, right? It's Geek Fam, Sem9, Eminence Raptors, as well as RTZ Underank. And for these 4 squads, like you mentioned, right, DJ, they show a lot of promise. Wild Rift, League of Legends in Malaysia, it's still in its budding stages, right? So a lot of these squads are still trying to find their place within the scene. From the matches that they have already gone through for those qualifying rounds, are there any squads that you're looking forward to, kind of scream out about today?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Geek Squad take to this stage. They played during the Open Qualifier, the preseason event. But before we get too far into that, I do want to take a look at how the ESL Mobile Open format is going to play out this season.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Path to Glory. If you are a top competitor this season, the top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
The guy who voices that video is named Paul, and he worked with me at a show at ESL North. He's one of my close friends that I've worked with on a ton of different esports products. I knew he was involved with ESL Mobile Open, but until we saw that for the first.
And that's just really, really cool, right? How the whole esports world allows you to just, just go through those
You're tied
borders.
it back.
Yeah, boy.
You brought it full circle.
Sem9. RTZ Underank. These 4 squads, DJ, will battle it out today. Only 2 can survive and move on.
Yeah. We have seen some of these teams before. RTZ Underank did play during our first Open Qualifier, where they were quite handled. They were bodied. It wasn't close, but they've got a chance at redemption here today against the Eminence Raptors. And then if you just watched the first Open Qualifier, you wouldn't have seen this. As we swap over to the matchup screen, though, I'm going to talk a little bit more about because they did play during the preseason invitational. And they won that in a best-of-5 grand final that went all 5 games against the Berjaya Dragons. The Berjaya Dragons qualified yesterday. They are all the way through to the Icon Series here in Malaysia. So Geek Fam kind of need to pick up their act.
I think they will, right? Because Geek Fam within Malaysia itself, they are such a strong brand in the esports scene. And, they step players from the PC League of Legends, Ovo, Razeki, as well as Nick. So I don't think it's going to be that, huge of a mountain for them to climb over these other squads. Like we, mentioned earlier, the Wild Rift scene is in its budding stages here. And to have 2 pro players from the PC scene is a huge boost, don't you think, TJ?
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of that across the day. Of course, we are going to see 2 matches today. You can see the order in which we'll play them out here. They are both going to be best-of-5 series. We'll hit our first semi-final between Geek Fam and Sem9, then move on. So, let's talk more about this first matchup. And I wanted to pin down on something that you picked up there. Obviously, and I think a fair number of our viewers are not super involved in the Malaysian esports scene. So can you tell me a little bit more about Geek Fam and kind of their notoriety that you just hinted at?
They have already placed their names on almost each and every single other game out there. Be it PC, be it on console, be it on mobile. They just want to wreck the esports scene. And within Malaysia, they are quite. You talked about the win that they took over the Berjaya Dragons. Berjaya Dragons are one of the best squads, if you ask me, in Wild Rift Malaysia. Just yet. And Geek Fam, if they're able to, like Malaysians say, tapao, Berjaya Dragons, there's a lot of promise for this squad, even in the Wild Rift scene. So looking forward to seeing the Shag, Rumple, Ozoraveki, Momo, as well as Nick step the field. The Rift is gonna get tossed up in some quite a bit of drama today, TJ.
AJ, I am already just carried away by the drama you're providing. We can swap things over and talk about the other side of this as well. Sem9, who will be taking to the field against them. Can you give me the rundown? Are they also a team that people who are fans of the Malaysian esports scene will know?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, previously known as the Wolf Esports, right? For all of you who are watching the preseason, R-Hedge, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as Swag. Some people call him the Swag, i.e. Swag, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's how he struts into the Rift, right? And here's the thing. You've got 2 ex-pro players from the PC scene, right? Ozo Raveki as well as Nix for Geek Fam. The same thing for Sem9 as well. You want to look out for RH as well as Swag, right? And they are from the PC scene as well, stepping into the Wild Rift now, just to continue that drama. And here's the thing, right? I think I feel bad. I feel bad for both of these squads, Geek Fam as well as Sem9, because it's going to be quite a close fight, I believe.
Yeah, no, this actually seems like one of the most exciting matchups that we've had so far, because we do have these 2. The most exciting part of it, when I was reading our notes, when I was getting that information that many of these players had previously played in the PC competitive, was that it's the role I care about. I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a support main, and the only kind of League of Legends I want to talk about is support League of Legends. And our 2 veterans from PC League of Legends are both going to be playing support League of Legends tonight. We're going to have a really down there in the bottom line.
And I hope to witness that, right? Because from everything that I'm about to shoutcast over, from everything that, we discuss here, TJ, I'm going to go on a learning spree myself. Because I'm still a baby in the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This little mustache on my face may not make me seem like a baby, but a baby I am, TJ.
All right, well, I'll teach you about one more thing. I'm going to teach you about the new JBL Quantum Series headsets. Did you see that segue? That was so smooth. They're available now. Them. Oh my God! You're better than me, AJ. Find out more over at jbl.com.my.
Love JBL, right, TJ? And this is why. I'm just like in Wild Rift. You go into the game and you need to farm first, right? You need to stack yourselves up. And when every single one of these audio brands immediately did not do that. Even though they've been in the audio industry for years and years, they held back. They went in there and they did their research. They stacked up, my friend. And they have finally entered the fray.
Right.
Yeah, bro. They have scaled themselves up. And if anything, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, JBL is here to take over. Now, TJ, what do we have next for us, man? We've already known that, JBL is going to kick things up in the audio segment for us. But these two squads, Geek Fam and Sim9.
I've got it. So we're talking about scaling up. We're talking about maybe adding something to your own personal lineup. If you'd like to add 5 gigabytes of data to your own personal account, you can go over to YouTube app. Doing so will add 5 gigabytes of data in a limited time offer.
All 10 players who are downloaded this, they scanned it, and they're all going to be playing on YouTube data.
You can't say that. Who knows? They maybe did. If they were smart, who knows?
Okay. They maybe will be depending on Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just in case, right? Because you don't really want to get kicked out halfway
gotta have a backup.
through. But if you know, Celcom is one of the best providers when it comes to internet in Malaysia, and Udo right under them will do you good. So, TJ, we've got Udo, we've got JBL, two very big brands, two really, really well-known names in the SEA region. We do have one more guest lined up for us, don't we?
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
One more name, the official tournament partner. It's synonymous, bro. It's in gaming, and I'll tell you why, right? It's one and only Maggie. As we were young little kids, right, when we go into those cyber cafes and we sit down to play those games, Maggie, one hot cup is always beside us to keep us filled, because it's also cheap, my friend.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you one last time to Maggie, Udo, and JBL. As we head towards our first semi-final, AJ, you have a way of weaving stories, just kind of taking me along. I forget what we were even talking about, but we were talking about Geek Fam versus Sem9. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back with that first match. You will not want to miss it. It's all going to kick off right after after this.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky ditelampun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport. Terlampun tiba. Siang telah sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know. Level up.
it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up, it's in my just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you're living in you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got. Just go and can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen, no matter what. I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. You live and you breathe. You'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport telah pun tiba Siang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that happen.
Welcome back. We are continuing here with our coverage of the second Open Qualifier for the Icon Series here in Malaysia. My name's still TJ, still alongside AJ, and I'm not lying to you, I'm really excited to share the whole broadcast with you because you've gotten to experience our introductions, and you've gotten to experience that bumper with the trumpets that just come in as soon as we're ready to go. And I just want to share that with everyone because it's really sick.
And it is indeed, man. Let's catch up. We left off earlier, TJ. We were talking about how Geek Fam as well as Sem9, each squad has got 2 ex-players from, League of Legends PC. And I was saying it's sad because, having the ex-pro players on your squad itself is a huge boost. And both of these teams can do really, really well in the next stage. But only one can proceed from here on in.
And that was kind of a conversation topic that we had led into at the very start of the day when we were kind of warming up, chatting. Yeah. You said, how are you're expecting as someone who has cast League of Legends a lot?
Yeah.
And I said, actually, they're not really playing like League of Legends teams. All the teams that we've seen so far in Wild Rift, and it's not just here in the Icon Series qualifiers, but across most of Asia, across most of the Asian competition so far, have played a lot more roaming. There's been a lot more traveling across the map than you normally see in League of Legends. So I'm going to be really curious as we head into our first game of the day, with both these teams stacked with former League of Legends PC pros, whether or not that changes.
And would you say that, having those players, roam around a little bit extra is also due to the size of the map, which is, I would say, considerably smaller compared to the PC version?
So this is one of the things we're going to have to find out. Because if you watch European Wild Rift, they are not roaming as much. Now, that might just be because the European players are more boring and not as good. But it also might be because we're doing... We'll find out. We have hit the pick ban phase, and I would like to just briefly touch on the bans before we get into the picks. It is going to be Ziggs for that wave clear Corki as the AD carry by Sem9. Geek Fam get rid of Akali. So there's a lot of very targeted bans here. And that's left, normal power picks still on the cards, most notably Sin and also an Alistar.
Picked up very, very here by RH. He's going to be soloing, his lane. And we've seen RH play Camille before. He is an absolute monster, right? Braum getting picked up by Kazuo in here as well. What do you think about these two picks in here so far?
Full Braum Ezreal bottom lane for Sem9, and that's actually really cool. Braum's passive, of course, the Winter's Bite. It applies a mark. It stuns. So Braum Ezreal is a really good combo because of the speed of auto attacks you can generate, and that them seem to be very necessary because they're playing into Lee Sin and Kai'Sa. I'm right away flagging that Lux as well. If that is Lux support, are already so cool in my mind because they're going to have that Enchanter, that ranged CC.
So Sona Leona, really, really good when paired up with Israel. So let's see exactly what Wild Rabbit and Swag coming here. Ooh, Fizz getting picked up. What do you think about this, man? This mage is going to be, popping up that midsection there.
Okay, so the Fizz is a really, really good call to like the Lux specific, but into the Ahri, which I think is going to be the mid 1v1. I'm not entirely sure how that plays out. Overall, my from this draft are the Geek Fam frontline whatsoever. There are no tanks on that team. Sem9, I think, recognized that halfway through and tried to kind of pivot their draft a little bit with the addition of the Fizz, going, okay, we're going to need some burst. But I think this is entirely on the support play. It's really cool because those were the two players we highlighted coming into this.
I mean, you would have seen TJ, I'm very sure, by now, based on the number of matches that you've handled, just going in there and perhaps not with the most solid of game plans. Now, Geek Fam is a squad that I know takes all of these matches really, really seriously. They would have put in quite a lot of thought. And like you said, right, they are not really going to shine very strongly on, that AD segment. But what sort of strategy do you think they can, imply here or throw in to take this win over?
Well, they have full, and that's what I'm paying attention to. Geek Fam do come into this game with, like, the Lux support is going to be really fun to watch because if they land the Light, the big AoE CC, that target just dies. And I apologize, I may have gotten it right with... Nope, I'm right. Okay, I'm good.
No, you were right.
Yes, the graphics were the right way round, but the teams had picked different orders. I had a momentary heart attack, AJ.
No, don't worry, man. So Wild Rabbit, Kazuo, as well as Swag in here. Veki very close. They could open up really early, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A 3-on-1 situation here, but better stand strong. So it looks like the Sem9 squad, they don't really want to open up super aggressive early on in this game.
Yeah, so this may be a setup of what's known as a vertical jungle. Normally, of course, you jungle across the map with a horizontal divide, where one side takes the top half, one side takes the bottom half. But if you're vertical jungling, what that means is one team... Okay, we're gonna...
Shang! Bye-bye, Shang! This is the bot lane where you find out how did Shang flash out of there, surviving for just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but Sem9 will take the first blood.
We're not done yet, AJ. This is going to keep going.
Absolutely is going to be the next one, and that immediate trade coming Geek Fam, right? And so far what Sem9 as well as Geek Fam are showing us clearly, TJ, that they are matched up toe to toe here. You take one, we'll take one right back. Now, they're all quite well spread out. It's still very much early in the game. Those engagements, those takedowns don't mean much so early, but it is a great opener here.
Yeah, so I was all ready to explain vertical jungling and how they were going to split the map down the mid-river, essentially. And they did that, but they didn't just farm jungle camps, AJ. They also farmed the top and bottom laner, respectively. I would say one of those kills means a little bit more. First of all, the Shang absolutely put in a very good performance staying alive in that top side. But second of all, they are playing Fiora. Fiora is ideally a duelist that is finding opportunities in the sideline in one contribute a whole team fight. Whereas over on Sam9, that Ezreal is so much of the team's damage.
Oh, Nyx getting stunned in the moment there and walk away. But what a quick that runaway Sam9. Just one more player down at the bottom. It's going to turn out to be a fun situation really easily here. And Swag really careful. Here comes and he tries to get the jungler just ganking as he is supposed to. Rumple just making sure Swag does not go away too far. And look at Kazuo just waiting for Rumple to make that mistake. And Rumple just calling it out early, TJ. Not going in for it. 11.2K versus 9.8. Geek is leaving Sam9 in the dust here, but it's not too late. Low needs to back away. The skirmishes are quite exciting between the two, I'll say, TJ.
Yeah, so I just wanted to reiterate that the fact... Okay, well, that we have lost the Ezreal White Rabbit twice in minutes is very important. Because Sam9 do not have a lot of damage on the map outside of this Ezreal. And it means that, oh, this needs to be recovered.
And backs away Wild Rabbit. Push either way. He's got some backup, enough backup, I would say. And Shang needs to hang back, hedge in, and he will be able to do quite a number on those minions. But worry not, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fans of Geek Fam. Here comes the cavalry, Ravens as well as up here in the mid. Not much is happening except the lower lane though. The duo lanes is quite lit up, and here comes the backup once again from Geek Fam. They've gone back to their base quite a number. Look, Momo has stacked his items. What do you call based on the builds here so far, DJ?
I'm very interested in the build from Nyx. Obviously they're playing things about support line. Is you can kind of get away with just building AP damage, and the Lux ultimate will still do a distinct amount of damage. So I am kind of looking at obviously building the Blasting Wand instantly. What that scales into, whether or not we get something like a Luden Zeka right off the bat, full magic damage, even as what is ostensibly a support character.
Okay, Swag. Well, we might just see Sam9 steal this away. Geek Fam just leading the Drake away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nyx still in the situation. Geek Fam not gonna, want to let go of this Drake. I'm really interested to see how Sam...
So vision on the Drake from both sides means that you need to force a kill or at least low enough HP bars that the other team needs to...
Okay, Wild Rabbit and Swag still in here. They can't go in for the Drake just yet. They're playing it safe. They want to go in clearly for the final hit, but Geek Fam knows that. Geek Fam smells that if they go in for the Drake, they want to make sure they've got enough artillery, enough firepower.
This is so well timed. So they didn't have the extra knowledge, but they knew based on the timings of the resets in the bottom lane. Oh, that was a very close true shot barrage, but it does not steal away the Drake. Okay.
but well tried as well, though.
Yeah. So Geek Fam see the bottom lane players reset for Sam9, and they're able to intuit off of that the entire team is in the process of resetting, buying more items, and they take that opportunity to take a bit of a risk, go for the swing, and take that Mountain Drake. And because of the way the timings work out, Kazuo just runs up on the bottom side. He's gonna have to fight for this Rift Tower.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, right? I thought Sam9 was about to take the Rift Herald, but he was going in there solo, and the steal might just come in through for Geek Fam. Here comes Momo with the backup as well, but Swag does just enough, and it's a killing spree, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Geek Fam will be on the back foot, and it'll be Sam9, Rift Herald, maybe Swag might go in here and finish this off. Wild Rabbit will fall back, Rumple as well as Ozora Veki in here, Momo and Nyx on the backup as well. Geek Fam look as strong as ever, and the backup gameplay comes through for both of those squads so so strong,
Momo!
and that rampage will still continue, TJ.
Momo is playing that team fight so well. Immediately off the start, he Killer Instinct, spending the Kai'Sa ultimate to dash into the backline of the team fight, isolate an individual target, just nuke their initial team fight opponent, and then they work their way around the edges. Drop Kazuo into GA, they don't get the kill, but whilst he's reviving, they're able to split Wild Rabbit off from the team fight. And, you know, trouble-plagued AD carry. This is all adding up. Geek Fam pretty soon are just going to be able to win these team fights kind of by default. They're at a 3,000 gold lead right now, and that's going to keep growing.
And absolutely, man, it's going to keep growing. And Sem9, each and every single time they've tried to go in for the Drake, try to go in for the Herald, the one mistake that they've constantly made is not playing the numbers game. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they just don't go in and make that same mistake. Look at how they move in as a squad. They group in, they break away, they work their objectives, and then they meet right back, TJ. And that seems to be the winning factor for Geek Fam at this very moment.
And what they're doing right now is actually very cool as well. They're taking the opportunity to get aggressive and steal away some of the jungle. I want to also give praise to Sem9 though, because they're able to intuit, you know, based on where Geek Fam are on the map, they're doing that. They're stealing away buffs and jungle camps. They take the opportunity to push Kazuo into the bottom side red jungle and steal away a couple camps of their own. It is not an even trade. Kazuo got the blue buff and nothing else. So overall falls behind Geek Fam in the jungle right now, as I think they are across the map. But they're trying to, you know, limit that bleeding as much as possible and playing really well to achieve it.
So let's see for the spawn of the next Drake. When that comes through, we should be able to tell if or not Sem9 can make its way back through this match. I mean, because that buff is truly going to help them. And Geek Fam, with every single moment that passes in the game, they just get stronger. They've been scaling extremely well so far, TJ. And it is because of the way they overtake situations. They don't... Each and every single one of their engagements thus far have been calculated. Even at this mid-fight right now, that backup, that communication comes through. And Wild Rabbit and Swag have got nothing left to do but to just run away and disengage from that battle. That's what I'm talking about. Geek Fam striking that fear in their enemy. But what's the trick here? What was the secret? Why were they pushing that mid so far, TJ?
Well, because of this Drake that's about to come up, and it is all about this. You can look for that Rift Herald to get deployed sometime around now, although...
Oh, Hedge Ozora Veki coming through, and Hedge will have to back away. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes Baron Nashor as well. And let's just see exactly who steps in, because the Infernal Drake is here. Baron Nashor is on the other side. We can see the Rift Herald come out for the distraction gameplay as well. TJ, both these squads have just stepped it up, my friend.
So Sem9 need to catch this Rift Herald in the mid lane, and that means this Drake is free for Geek Fam, unless Sem9 are willing to lose 2, maybe more turrets for it.
I think that might just come through. And once again, Geek Fam just holding back those players from Sem9. And once they are done here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, rest assured that Drake, the Infernal Drake, will be slain as well. And Geek Fam just goes on a freaking rampage yet again. And they clear out the mid. When will they turn back to that Drake? And when they do, Sem9, y'all better be ready. I mean, do you think it's still possible for them to at least take down Baron Nashor?
I do not know how Shang got away with what he just did. Yes, it is absolutely possible to take this Baron, and the reason why is called Momo. Keep your eyes on this Kai'Sa being absolutely terrifying right now. Momo has been the deciding force in the last couple of team fights. Very well played mechanically, but also just benefiting from, if you remember that bottom lane, being a complete shutout from moment one.
Look, Sem9 right now is just being annihilated all over the place, right? And Rumple in here, our Hedge as well. Ravens for that backup. Swag together with Ravens together. There's not much they can do. One player fighting for the red buff right now. It's going to be our Hedge. And this should be good enough for him, right? I mean, Sem9 need to do something more in here. They are losing this by 5k gold already by now. Things don't look so good, TJ.
They're doing the right thing, which is rushing down this Drake whilst you can. That's a setup for Momo, though.
And Oh, they are so lucky. That steal was almost in there for Geek Fam. But Sem9, they managed to take one Drake. Can this be a difference? Can they make a comeback still? They are 6 kills back. And in terms of those goals, they are still dying. They are still suffering in this game. They come in here right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, working on the second turret down the mid lane. And it is a 3-man push. Kazuo solo 4 in here so far. And I think this is a great push coming in for Geek Fam.
This should be game because of the long reset timers. They're going to be able to break an inhibitor turret here, but they did not quite find the secondary kill. That means going for the game end without finding that extra kill. I thought they were going to be able to keep snowballing on Kazuo. Would be a little risky. So Geek Fam make the right call. They break the inhibitor turret. That's going to summon super minions down the mid lane forever. Now they can just reset and at their leisure look for a pick, look for additional map control.
If you look at it from every single, aspect, Geek Fam has played this game so well from the start all the way down to the end. In fact, they've made Sem9 look like Sem9 does not know what they're doing. Even when Sem9 tries to go in for certain situations, Geek Fam just wrestles their way out of it. I mean, pulling out the kill on the Infernal Dragon, I would still strike that as lucky. Geek Fam was just 3 seconds away from coming in there for the steal, right, TJ? Sem9, they might just need to let go of game 1. Hopefully they come back in here stronger in game 2. Wild Rabbit right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, still going in for the defense, but don't forget the turret down the mid lane has been broken already. You've got your minions storming through as well, but Geek Fam, talk me through what they are doing right up top right now, TJ.
I mean, this is just, you're looking for waves to push, you're looking to set up for a game, and they're going to try and find a single isolated pick on the map. You can see them kind of pinging for this Fizz in the top lane. But they shouldn't get him, they should be playing safe. I want to kind of go back to what you were talking about, because I do think it's important to note what Sem9 have done right. They actually haven't made too many mistakes. Like, their game-ending mistake was Wild Rabbit getting killed like 2-3 times alone in the bottom lane, and everything else is kind of just snowballed from that because Geek Fam played so well.
And this is a question, right? Do you even need to hype this up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because I don't think there's any hype here. Geek Fam has been laying out Sem9 flat on the ground thus far. Sem9, like you said, TJ, they haven't been doing a lot of wrongs, but Geek Fam has been doing everything right. And they've all back away because this fight just got a little too hard for them. They need to wait for the backup from the minions who are making their way down that solo lane right now. In the mid as well, it will be Kazuo, Wild Rabbit, as well as Ravens in here with the push, but for how long? Because here comes the minions down that mid lane as well, who are as buffed as ever, right? And those players with those backup as well. I don't know for how long more Sem9 is going to drag this out, and whether or not a comeback is even possible with a 10k gap in that gold as well, TJ.
I'll lay it out for you. If Sem9 are going to win, they do it by fighting right here and winning a miraculous team fight. Watch Momo.
Okay, Momo in here with the approach. Level 13 so far goes in for the long shot, and that killing spree will still befall as Kazuo gets taken down. Sem9, no matter how much they try, no matter how much they go in there and pull that first strike, it is still Geek Fam with the slay, and they will attempt once again on Baron Nash's second time in this one game. And if they get this, TJ, I mean, it was already over. They're just going in for the overkill right now.
Yeah, sometimes you need to dot your I's and cross your T's. And Geek Fam are writing some calligraphy here.
Red team in there. I mean, Geek Fam is continuously slaying those players from Sem9, man. I mean, no matter how much we discuss this, no matter how many times we go over this and try to find what has Sem9 done wrong, I think the better part to focus on is how many things are Geek Fam doing right, TJ?
Oh, maybe in a second as Momo needs to blow the killer instinct. They were briefly focused down there again. Sem9 making the right call, targeting the hard carry. Unfortunately, Momo is just slapping them with the wallet. He's got so much money at this point, AJ.
I thought they were gonna. I really thought they were gonna ace Sem9 right before they went in there for that final strike, right? But I guess you don't really get that all the time. Can Sem9 make their way back based on what you just saw, TJ?
Yes.
What do you think, man?
No, I would say absolutely yes, because even, at the very end of that game where Sem9 are well and truly out of it, you can see them trying to make the right play. Momo, by the end of that game, had 13,000 gold, was just shredding people, and they're able to send the Camille up to the top lane, spend the Hextech ultimatum, lock them down, focus on Momo in the team fights. That's the right call. The problem was, they drafted a composition where their only damage came from the Ezreal. It was Wild Rabbit who had to be their carry, and he died like 3 times in the first 3 minutes. And you can see here, compare the gold between the 2 carries. Take a look at Wild Rabbit, take a look at Momo.
Yeah, absolute slay coming in here from
lied.
Momo, the well-deserved
15K.
MVP right now. Oh, come on, man. The disparity between the 2 squads, although our heads did quite well. Yeah, exactly.
Here's the damage stats. Oh, good lord. Momo with 17,000 damage over the course of the game. Wild Rabbit adding up the numbers actually much better than I thought, able to get a 15k out of it.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about Momo. I also want to raise the second half of that game. We saw a really good Ari carry from Ozravaki. And I didn't expect that. Ari has been kind of out of the meta. She's certainly very powerful right now in Wild Rift, but I didn't expect to see her in competitive play, just because she is an assassin mid, and frankly, I think there are better assassin mids. But Ozravaki was able to use the charm really well and kind of pull people out from behind turrets repeatedly. And that was a big part of why Geek Fam won the mid to late game team fights so dominantly.
Okay,
he's
so
only level 5! Why is our observer only level 5?
It's probably a dummy account, my friend.
it's like a work account or something.
Will Sem9 be able to fight back? Okay, you know what? Since I'm really new to Wild Rift, if one of those squads get a flat 3-0 win, is there a term for it in Wild Rift, TJ?
3-0.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I call that in my world, it's a donut. Okay, I call it a donut. All right. Will Geek Fam be able to pull a? I came up with it. I'm very proud of the term. You use it everywhere, my friend. Is Geek Fam going to be able to pull a donut over Sem9? Thus far, based on just one game, it looks very much possible based on the way they have been approaching the match in itself. If they can pull it off 2 times in a row, we might be able to get slightly more confident. But we have seen some dramatic reverse sweeps in competitions in Wild Rift thus far, TJ. So, gee, I don't know, man. I want to see Geek Fam get it done because it will be exciting to see a donut on my very first day here. And for Geek Fam to pull it off, it'll be cool. But a reverse sweep, Sem9 fighting back, I want to see a bit of a challenge in here as well.
Well, AJ, I want to keep you healthy. So we'll try and stay away from those donuts. And I'm going to need to see the draft during Game 2. That's going to be the big thing. I want to see what gets pulled out as a response from Sem9. And we are going to head to that draft after a lightning fast break. We'll be right back with game number 2 immediately after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy. Like I'm stuck in a daydream. And you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war. But I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and break up a song by. Now I'm just singing that we should go back to when we were. Hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies, German boys and girls. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by ESL. I'm joined here today with the one and only TJ. And for all of you who don't know me, for a very rightful reason, the Mustachio is here for the very first time. They call me AJ. Some people call me the Mustachio because of this. It means nothing. TJ, thus far, my friend, the day has been awesome. The day has been great. I think that was an amazing opening match. But I'm hungry to see more. I don't think I saw a lot of fights in there. I think I just saw a lot of slaying by Geek Fam.
I thought you were hungry for donuts. I thought you were advocating for this to be over quickly. No, let's take a look back. Let's kind of talk through it, because the game did end awfully quickly. And it did end off of those 2 kills that we saw down there in the bottom lane. And then Momo, who you can watch in these team fights, the Kaiser just tearing through. Now, a lot of that comes from Momo playing incredibly, but a lot of it also comes from the fact that, again, Momo found 2 kills onto their lane opponent, Wild Rabbit, in the first 2 minutes of the game. So the AD carry Kaiser getting boosted ahead is a huge factor for Geek Fam, but also their opponents, Sem9, lose their only major source of teamfight damage in that Ezreal in the first 2 minutes of the game. So it's the worst possible outcome for Sem9, who don't have any damage, and it's the best possible outcome for Geek Fam, whose major carry got boosted out ahead.
And it's one thing to worry about one player, Momo, but in this situation, we haven't paid that much attention to Ozora Veki, who was really, really close. I think, 16,000 on the damage. So, you've got 2 juggernauts to worry about in your next match. Not only do you have to worry about, these top picks that they might go in with, but you also have to worry about just how well they play the game. The communication coming in from Geek Fam obviously, clearly is super strong. I dare even say slightly stronger than Sem9, because when those rotations come in for that backup, especially with that mid fight that we were watching in earlier, right? The Sem9 players seem to catch up a little bit slower whenever the fight breaks out.
Yeah, And it was hard to really keep track of because, you know, after the first 5 minutes, you just had such an advantage that you couldn't really say what is, oh, they're doing a great job, and what is, oh, Sem9 just don't have enough damage to realistically win any of these fights. But we could see them going for macro opportunities, you know, across the entire map that were the right choice. They were losing the team fights in micro, but they were going for the Drakes at the right time. They were focusing down the isolated split laners, and that gives me hope. So what I want to see as we head towards this next game, after this brief break that we will be headed to, is I want to see us drafting a few more damage sources over on Sem9. That's kind of the top of my wish list. Then Ezreal, and the Ezreal got knocked out, and they didn't really have anything else. And I also want to see them have a little bit more in terms of stuns, in terms of CC. And if that is getting themselves locked down Enchanter like maybe the Lux, then sure. My brain automatically goes to like the Alistar, maybe the Orianna in the mid lane. That would actually check both boxes if you could get the Alistar-Orianna combo, because you'd have a little bit more damage, and you would have more stun options. And if they can keep kind of this high damage, very volatile, very mobile composition that Geek Fam ran into them at arm's length with stuns, that I think will make all the difference.
Okay. On that note, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, I'll just pause TJ there for a moment because I just wanted to respond to him and I wanted to ask him another question, but we gotta skip on to a break. So a quick short one. TJ and I'll be right back.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky ditelampun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampun tiba. Siang terlampun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in faster than you. Just faster than you.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Game 1 of our second Open Qualifier goes to Geek Fam in dominant fashion. Now the question is, will AJ get his donuts, or are we going all the way?
Okay, let me explain. I know I said I want a donut.
Yeah, where does it
today,
come from?
I want no. Where does it come from? We will talk about that a little later because I kind of created it for another game and I'm just bringing it to Wild Rift. It's the mustachio thing, right? And here's the problem, right? The nervous side of me, because I don't know how well I'm doing so far. Don't say it. Don't say it. We'll talk a little bit after the show, right? I don't want to get roasted on that. So I wanted to end fast, but the shoutcaster in me, the gamer in me wants to see Sem9 fight this back, because the way Geek Fam took that first match, if it was me, dude, that was super painful, salty. I would be super salty if I was Sem9. The fight back needs to come through. But here's my question for you, TJ. How can they actually do anything to control Momo as well as Ozora Veki in here?
Well, I offered a few picks for the draft, right? And it very much starts there. I'm going to highlight this as we go through the pick ban because Geek Fam do have the blue side, so they take first ban here. They have shifted their strategy, banning out the Camille. They do not like the idea of that Camille going over to our hedge again, and they take decisive action against it. That also means that they can first pick, and because the Lee Sin gets through this draft, the bans are Ziggs, Akali, Gragas, they're able to grab it. Of course, if you notice that Camille ban coming in, that also means that now Corki is open though, so we got an AD carry for Wild Rabbit that maybe is a little bit stronger for him personally than that Ezreal was.
Okay, so taking a look at Shang, right? He's going to be the solo player. He's going to go up front. He doesn't really get involved in a lot of those mid battles, but we've seen him whenever he does step in, right? He usually calls forth that backup from his squad, and we've seen the mid lane jump in a lot. I haven't really seen Shang drop and assist his squad a lot, right? So I wonder if or not his Lee Sin will be able to get the damage done this time, TJ. But Lux getting picked up by Ozora Veki here. Gee, how do you propose? How do you propose M9 counters this?
Okay, so this is a complete run back of the draft, apart from the fact that we have a Corki in the AD carry role, and ladies and gentlemen, we do actually have a change in the jungle here. I like this from Sem9, grabbing the Cataclysm from the Jarvan. The ult will allow them, obviously it combos very well with Corki, that will allow them to pin down backline targets a little more effectively. And that was something I was criticizing them for previously, not having enough tank. Now the final pick is up here for the top side. It will be the Shang getting that Garen.
Yep.
And so we're going to have the two beefiest of boys going toe-to-toe up top as Darius comes through as well.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this makes slightly more sense. So Shang will be picking that Garen and will be pushing the top. Hopefully they lock this in, right? Because I really am curious to see if or not the picks that Sem9 pulls in this time will be able to take down Momo as well as Ozora Veki easily. Because we know for a fact that both Nyx as well as Momo, they're going to be sticking together quite a bit in the duo lane.
You asked me at the end of the previous game for some champion picks. I said I would tell you whether or not I thought this game was going to go differently once I saw the draft. Can I make that prediction now?
Of course.
They did not change enough. This game is over. I think they have less damage from the Corki. I don't really believe in Corki AD carry. I know that's a thing that the Southeast Asia region is doing. I'm not a giant fan of it. And then the Jarvan, though it's an interesting idea, doesn't have enough targets. The most obvious target for backline assassination here is like the Lux, who is the support and is going to be fine. I think overall, Sem9 haven't patched the holes, at least in their draft. They're going to have to do it in the gameplay as we head into game number 2.
Quite honestly, Sem9, they're not just fighting the Geek Fam Wild Rift squad, they're fighting the whole establishment of Geek Fam, and that's just difficult. And the reason why I say that is because Geek Fam always focuses on quality, and these players obviously have gone through grueling training, hours and hours of just rehearsing each and every single one of these plays. They go in there and the execution is just near perfect. Sem9 thus far hasn't been able to stand up to them and show that, they can take this fight toe-to-toe, but hopefully, this time it might be something different that surprises us. And based on what you just said, right, TJ, the draft picks don't really show us that it's going to happen that way. But one can hope, my friend.
But we talked a little bit about how Wild Rift teams aren't playing like League of Legends teams. I want to pin something right here. This is one of those things. So what Swag just did as the support is follow the jungler around, follow Kazuo around his first clear, and leash some of the extra bushes, leash some of the early camps. And that means that Kazuo is a little bit further forward, is a little bit further through their first clear than their opposing jungler is.
Yeah, so Rumple might just come in here and provide that flank. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are we going to see a gank drop in here? Because it is Lee Sin on the left-hand side of your screen. Momo as well as Nyx standing strong real quick here. Swag as well as Ravens, they might just be in trouble as each and every single one of their minions gets slain. They might want to back away from this battle. Wild Rabbit on the other hand, Ozora Veki right there in front of him, going to come in here and boost up his minions for just a little bit and show that, mid is not the place to go in for that full fight. Swag might just be in trouble, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we see the blue buff has now been taken. Was that Ozora Veki that stole that?
No, that was successfully secured with a smite by Kazuo, who is, like we talked about, kind of leveraging that advantage they got from the clear assist to just be a step ahead, try and steal away some jungle. And I don't have the gold chart up, but I would feel quite comfortable saying that Jarvan is out ahead right now. I also want to flag that this bot lane was a Fizz that was Ravens down here, not Wild Rabbit.
It's going to be Swag going up here, 2-on-1 situation. Rumple and Momo should be able to go in for the fight, and Ravens comes for the backup, so which means it's not going to be a mistake that gets pulled in by Geek Fam. Geek Fam should be able to back away. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Those moments of decision, whether you go in for the engagement or you pull back from those fights. Geek Fam does it right each and every single time, and I dare say that's one solid reason why they keep winning those engagements.
Yeah, the pressure they're applying down bottom, though, is a little bit interesting to me. Interesting is this is what color casters say when they mean, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with their choice to keep putting pressure down in the bottom lane, because they're ganking a Fizz. And the Fizz isn't going to be the main carry of this team, even if they kill the Fizz. Fizz, of course, has so much invulnerability. They can go invulnerable when they hop onto their staff, so they're very, very difficult to kill. But even if you do kill the Fizz, they're the backline assassin, they're not the majority of the team's damage.
R-Hedge pushing down the solo lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shang almost got him taken out there. But it is not gonna be possible, nor anytime soon, as Shang is gonna continue to remove those minions from his lane and help his own push through. Kazuo with a beautiful move here. It's a 3-on-2, and Geek Fam once again will back away. And to what you pointed out, it's really, really interesting that they keep focusing their whole here on the dual lane. The Drake is gonna spawn, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which means the fight is now gonna start. Geek Fam is gonna go in for this Infernal Drake, and I wonder what's gonna happen right now, because earlier it was Sem9
so far away.
Yeah, and if Sem9 comes in here for the steal, things might just change, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But no, as Geek Fam takes the Infernal Dragon for themselves. And Sem9 is going to be wondering if this was the right move to come in for the engagement. Ozora Vecchi as well as Momo fighting them back. RTZ here is going to be slaying as much as possible. Swag almost taken down. Well, back away. Silence. And Shang comes in there for the slay. What a play coming through for Geek Fam, TJ.
Incredibly well done by Geek Fam, but also a series of mistakes from Sem9. We went through game number 1 with me saying Sem9, you know, aren't making too many mistakes. That team fight was rough. We did see some really, really good play from Geek Fam initially to lock down the Drake. I want to highlight their jungler Rumpel actually kicking away, spending the ultimate to kick Kazuo away when he went in to try and steal away the Drake for the first time. And then we go into the full team fight proper. RTZ does find a decent amount of damage, but the Shang is able to come down from the top side with the fleet footwork move speed buff and just destroy an early kill. That should have been it. As soon as there's a player advantage, Sem9 should have just left. Instead, they stay, they lose more, and now Geek Fam are going to try and invest that advantage. They're sitting at like a 2,000, 3,000 gold advantage. They're going to invest that advantage to gain map control on the top side before this Rift Herald comes up.
It was Rumpel there with the Master of Void, and it's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Raven's almost taken down. Ozora Vecchi, very brave, coming in here. And it looks like Kazuo is going to get slain. What a beautiful 2-on-1 situation. And it's right now going to be Ravens. And he just goes in there sacrificing himself. What is going on?
Ozora Vecchi is what's going on. That was some of the coolest play I have ever seen. A predictive charm on Kazuo's dive keeps Ozora Vecchi safe, is able to lock down the jungler as they attempt to go in for a kill. And Ravens, once again, kind of the second time this has happened, just feels like, oh, we're so invested into this. I have to try and find the trade. I have to try and grab Ozora Vecchi, and commits to just an unwinnable team fight. And that means the numbers have continued to add up. Geek Fam find 2 more kills, and yes, they do grab that Rift Herald as well.
You know, you truly know that you are damn good at the game when even a baby like the Mustachio can tell you it's game over. Sem9 is not going to be able to come back in this unless they pull out a miracle. And I don't know where they're going to pull this miracle out of, because like you've rightfully pointed out, TJ, Geek Fam doing everything right. Sem9 on the other hand, you know, maybe not many mistakes in the previous match, but they are showing us a flurry of those right now. Rumpel as well as Ozora Vecchi doing what they do best. They need to wait for those minions. He's got 1 minion on him right now, which means he can start attacking the turret already down mid. It's a 2-on-1 on the turret, but you've got your jungler in here backing away as well. Why? Because here comes the defense for Sem9. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the attack is never ending. The Rift Herald is going to go in for that slay as well, and the blue team has taken down the first turret on that solo lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Geek Fam doing everything right, and the turrets will not stand. The red team has just lost yet another turret, and the more I speak, TJ, the worse Sem9 seems to be, you know, just getting slain here.
Okay, does RTZ get away with this though?
Ozora Vecchi will make him pay, man. You can't go in and touch a player from Geek Fam and not allow Ozora Vecchi to come back in there and slap your face, smack, just like that. Look at them slay, and they will go on for the 3rd turret as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to play Wild Rift, this is how you do it. And they will go on. The Cloud Drake, not gonna be in here for much longer. Thank you so much for coming, but Geek Fam will kasi tapao habis, and your donut is for sure gonna be served, TJ.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. This game number 2 is all but sealed up. Sem9 do not manage to find anything on basically any of their split lane attempts. You could see RTZ is actually playing very well this game, does find a kill using their full kit very effectively in that Garen matchup, spends the Noxie and Guillotine for it, but across the map, they have so much of a disadvantage that there's no pressure elsewhere, right? And if you're not pushing top lane, if you're not pushing mid lane, then Ozora Vecchi just goes, hey, there's a kill that just happened. Why don't I just walk down towards the bottom lane and trade it right back, which is what happens.
Yeah, and every time he steps in, it's as if he's not even trying.
Oh, there's
and I mean that as not a disrespect to Sam9 at all, man.
9,000 gold in Azorovaki's pocket. That's going to be the first 2 items, 3 items, because they've also built a Zonya's complete. The gold's dropped away again, but I believe the closest over on Sam9 was like 6,000, 7,000. So really, really rough stuff for Sam9. The gold lead has just blown up, and a lot of it is on the Fox in the mid line.
Well, in about 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we might just see the start to the end of the game. Because you know exactly what is gonna happen. It's gonna be Baron Nashor time, baby. And the first ones on the scene, probably not the first ones to slay Mr. Baron, but you know Geek Fam will be gunning for it. It will really be interesting though, TJ, if they gun for, you know, the Nexus even without going for Baron. I think that will be a true flex for Geek Fam, and they'll be really trying to set out a message there.
Yeah, I think they're going to play this very carefully, though. We've seen this before from Geek Fam. They are taking risks during the early game, and I like this. You know, a lot of League of Legends teams frustrate me sometimes because they won't take any risks when the game is volatile, and then suddenly start taking risks once they have an advantage. Geek Fam have an advantage right now, and they've done the right thing. They've clamped down on any sort of aggressive behavior. They've just put the game to the slowest setting possible. They're just going to try and grind out control of the map here, throw down some wards, gain enough vision and control that there's no way Sam9 can be close to the Baron, and then turn that into the win.
Well, Kazuo literally just jumping into the fray. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Wild Rabbit Swag as well as Kazuo. They will go in for the push. But what a beautiful double kill coming in from Sam9. And this is something that Geek Fam just did not expect, DJ. And they will have to back away. But I absolutely love the way Geek Fam went in there to explore whether or not Baron Nashor was open for the taking. And that was when they met the players from Sam9. If they were not careful, that would have been an easy Baron takeover for Sam9. And once again, even in the defeat, Geek Fam shows us why they are just that damn good.
They're able to control the map. Here comes the flank. Azorovaki in from the side. Oh!
What a backup coming through. RTZ is a 2-on-1 situation. Can he at least take down Azorovaki? And he has been oh, what? He escapes! He escapes, DJ!
He was bleeding. He was bleeding. He was going to die even after the hourglass. And he gets shielded by Nyx. That saves the day. That's disgusting. Geek Fam did not really need to save Azorovaki, but he'll keep his record strong and should be able to turn this into the Baron, and indeed the game ends.
The game absolutely ends, man. Baron Nashor has been slain, no doubt at all. I really thought Geek Fam was going to go in for the final push without even touching Baron, but even they don't want to waste any time. They want to give Mustachio his donut quick and easy here as we see the players just rampage through Sam9. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Wild Rift at its best, at least from one squad in here.
It does get a little messy there. I don't know, maybe don't make too many predictions as Azorovaki dodged around the side. Everyone over on Geek Fam just took a pretty sizable beating. GA was burned on Rumple, so they don't have that Resurrect. And the Drake is up.
Okay,
if I'm Geek Fam, I'm actually not fighting this here. Geek Fam do have the Baron in their hands, so they're very, very good at pushing lanes right now. And they can take advantage of the fact that those waves are pushing across the map, force Sam9 to respond to that, which they have now. And this is what I'm talking about. See, Sheng shoving that wave there means that the wave's going to be tougher going to be pushing. And that means that Sam9 have to be catching those and can't be fighting the Drake. So, very easy macro victory.
Just absolutely amazed with how Geek Fam just continuously goes in here and repeats the exact same movement, which Sam9 just does not pick up on before going in and engaging in any situations whatsoever. And this was that craziness that we just witnessed a moment ago, TJ.
Look at that shield from Nyx right there. That's so cool.
Yes, so freaking
yeah,
sick.
no-
I was thinking that was it. Ozora Veki is going to get taken down and, Sem9's is going to sweep all through down mid. But that just didn't happen, man. That's how strong Geek Fam is. And here comes another team battle as
He's still
that
alive!
Rampage slay. And it looks like Sem9 stands no chance. They get just beaten, taken down one after the other. And it looks like they will not be able to make a comeback. Can we see an ace before they go in here for that final turret down mid? And the Nexus is right up next. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you one of the best squads of Wild Rift in Malaysia, Geek Fam.
Still one game away from closing the series, only at a 2-0 in this best of 5. But I've got a bold prediction for Game 3, AJ.
What?
It's a really out there. I don't know if you're ready for it. I'm gonna say Geek Fam are looking really good for a Game 3 victory.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The way Sem9 has been playing this thus far, Geek Fam better bring their best. Dude, Geek Fam is really making Sem9 look bad. And I don't think that's on purpose, right? They have just shown absolute class, absolute quality. Those split-second decisions of when to engage and when not to engage has been the biggest difference in the match so far. And the one player making that biggest difference once again, Ozora Veki.
Yeah, the MVP actually gets awarded to Rumpel by the end game.
Yeah.
I would say Zoraveki deserves MVP just for those flashy plays, but I would also say, oh, don't show us the gold graph. It's not pretty. Thank you. But I would also say that Rumpel deserves a lot of praise for their macro play, for the way that Rumpel was able to control the map early on, kind of defining the aggression. That's the role of the jungler, and it's been, I think, one of the strengths of Geek Fam. They're able to direct their map presence towards these objectives right when they come up, know how to control them, know how to pay it off. And the only problems with that plan came from Arhedge, your man up in the top lane for their opponent, Sem9. And I think he's been the standout player for Sem9. Arhedge absolutely looking good in this series, even though they haven't been able to put together a win.
Hopefully they will be able to find it within themselves to at least take one match next, because Geek Fam is in here to slay. They don't really want to waste much time. But Sem9, they've fought a valiant path all the way up here thus far, right? I mean, let's go back in here and take a quick look at the brackets. In order to reach here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Sem9 went through Team Rider as well as Savage 1 in the the round of 16 as well as the quarterfinals to reach the semifinals and finally meet Geek Fam. Only 2 squads can step forth. And I think it's already super clear who that will be. Can Sem9 make a difference? If at all they did, TJ, what do you think that will be?
I'm still going to advocate for changes to their draft, right? And I did actually like some of the things they changed this time. I did think that putting giving Arhedge Darius made a difference. Part of that was that there was a ton of really aggressive damage coming out of him, but also part of it was they had some CC, they had some stunts, and you could see the one times the fights went sideways was when players like Azorazaki were locked down. So get more stuns. I'm still advocating for the Alistar. I'm still advocating for the Orianna. I don't really like the Corki, and I will stick to that. I want to see some changes in the draft, some more damage threats, some more stuns. And if we make those shifts, I'm still willing to say Sem9 can pull out this Game 3.
Let's see if or not they do actually follow through with that, right? Because thus far, the way I see it, it's already a game that Geek Fam is playing for the rest of the squads in here. This is a huge message that's being sent out to the community, to each and every single one of those squads who think they can see them at those group stages, that this is what you will have to put up with. And if there's anything that I know about Geek Fam, they do not reveal any of their strong strategies early in any of those tournaments, right? They are that sort of a team. And if this is them hiding those strats, dude, TJ, we have got a lot more of exciting things to come.
Yeah, I would absolutely follow that. And I do also want to draw the line, right? We shouldn't be too hard on Sem9, because Geek Fam are right now considered the best team in this region. They won the preseason tournament. They look really good. So Sem9, you know, playing these games close, obviously you are drawing very logical conclusions from that. You're saying Sem9 are losing, and it's sometimes not by the closest margin. But overall, they're being able to keep up, and I think we should see Geek Fam play against other tough teams before we draw the conclusion that Sem9 aren't a top team themselves. If they're able to do this to everyone else, then maybe Sem9 look pretty good by comparison.
And I think that's possibly going to be a situation like that, right? Hence why I said I was really sad that, you know, Geek Fam wants to meet Sem9 at this stage. Only one can move forth. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, TJ and I will be right back with more action after a quick short break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky di terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang terlepas terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just fascinated you. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just fascinated you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hood is right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with own eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hit it all the time. You can tell me nothing.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky di terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang terlepas terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the decimation that Geek Fam is unleashing upon Sem9. And that in no way, once again, as TJ has emphasized, is a reflection of how good Sem9 is. It's actually a reflection of how absolutely crazy Geek Fam is. You are joining us back here at the ESL Mobile Open for League of Legends Wild Rift. I'm joined together with the one and only TJ from the United States of America, and you have me, the Mustachio AJ, to bring you through all of the action. So TJ, dude, make me happy, man. Just tell me Sem9's gonna make a comeback here the next match.
I have forgotten to check that box. How are you doing, AJ?
I am doing absolutely well. That was a little spell that I cast on you just to look slightly better than you, TJ. I'm sorry.
It was you? Oh, that's awful. You see, I thought it was because I forgot to unmute my microphone on the application we're using. But now that I can blame it on you, this is incredible.
I had to pull a Geek Fam on you, my friend. You are the Sem9 in this match. I had to steal that.
Absolutely obliterated. Okay, right. I see. Yeah, no, that is good because Sem9, we don't know what they're saying. They haven't had an opportunity to express themselves. It's a metaphor.
I know, right?
They've never been able to say anything in game because they've just been so aggressively shut down every match so far. The exception to that, I would say, is I don't really like Sem9's drafts. And I have been vocal about that. And then there was some mistakes coming out in the only team fight that really mattered, unfortunately, during game number 2, where we saw them really kind of quite badly bungle the first initial team fight. We'll see if we have a good clip of it here. Oh, it is exactly this. So look at how far forward Raven is. That's a crazy place to be as an Assassin Fizz. There's nobody nearby, and he does it again here in this mid-fight. And I think both times it was prompted by the same thing, where it was Raven seeing his teammates dying, seeing people low, and saying, okay, well, we've got to get something out of this. But it just led to crazy overreaches that ultimately doomed the game.
Talk to me a little bit about the fog of war, right? Because thus far, based on what I've seen, Geek Fam seems to be taking the win most of the times. And I'm not talking about the full game. I'm talking about those little skirmishes, those little battles, right? Those engagements. They seem to be taking that win because they always have got better sight of their opponents. We always see at least one player from the Geek Fam side running out further. Be it when they were going in for Baron Nashor, they moved in as a squad. They wanted to get that vision first. Be it into, going in for the approach on those turrets. They send in at least one player to check out what is going on first before coming back through. How important is vision in League of Legends? Because Sem9, I don't know if they're playing that vision game as good as Geek Fam at the moment.
I mean, vision is literally everything in League of Legends, right? If you have two teams that are playing high-level Wild Rift, their mechanics are going to be roughly equivalent. And you're always going to have room for individual players to pop off. But that means that what matters, if you assume that both players have roughly equivalent skill between them, is what fights you're going for, whether or not you understand what fight you're opting into. We talked about this last game. Geek Fam are very, very good at understanding their percentage chance of winning literally every fight. And a big part of that is, like you're breaking down, their control of vision. They're very, very good at taking risks, to set up wards, to set up vision very deep in the enemy jungle before major objectives. So that means by the time it comes to fight a Drake, to fight a Rift Herald, they already have wards and vision really deep into the jungle behind that objective, so that as Geek Fam go for it, they know, okay, there's 3 people here, there's 2 people here, we can take this fight as such, and that enables them to play much lighter weight compositions. They don't need as many tanks because they know what bushes they have to avoid. They know where the damage is and how to position their players away from it.
And it's just really interesting that side gameplay that was won by Geek Fam, and the MVP was the Blind Monk, right? So I wonder if that is going to happen again. Geek Fam on the road to serving up that donut, that hot donut. Have you had a Malaysian donut in the past, DJ?
No, so I'm very careful about what I eat. So I don't actually eat that many donuts in general. So I don't know what's different about a Malaysian donut.
a Malaysian donut. It doesn't have a hole in the middle, okay? They slice it in half like a burger. You've got a slice of cucumber and very, very spicy anchovies in there, okay? It's not a sweet donut, it's a savory. I know. It's a mind flux.
That sounds so cool. That actually sounds really. Wait. So is it just like anchovies and cucumber, or are there different flavors, or is it very specifically that?
If you know nasi lemak from Malaysia, right? You have some sort of a sambal in that. TJ, the next time you're in Malaysia, I'll make sure I buy you a couple of donuts. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. We'll be right back.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Summer Super Cup with the one and only TJ and the Mustachio AJ. League of Legends Wild Rift and a donut being served up, TJ. How do you feel about that?
Oh my god, we went right through everything. First of all, There are, in fact, multiple TJs. Some of them cast like League of Legends in North America. It's very disconcerting. Second of all, yeah, it does feel that way. You're, of course, you use the term donut to refer to a 3-0, as you informed me earlier today, and you're absolutely right. It does feel like this game is going to be over awfully quickly. Geek Fam thus far have decimated Game 1. Game 2, there weren't enough changes made by Sem9. In fact, if anything, I would have said they kind of felt like they were tilting a little bit. It felt like out of that Game 1, they had lost some of the cohesion that kept that game close. Game 2 was a little stronger for Geek Fam, and that is not at all the right time to be heading into Game 3 of the Best of 5 series, the game that decides whether or not you qualify for the Icon series.
Yeah, so is it going to be an absolute decimation? Because if we continue in the path that Geek Fam has taken thus far, they're currently just scaling in confidence, right? And Sem9, on the other hand, they are losing out on all of those opportunities to scale on this exact same confidence. As we step into game number 3, we might just see a clutch moment. Okay, let's talk about the bans and picks because, you know, based on your opinions thus far, Sem9 hasn't been doing absolutely great. If you were in the forefront together with this squad, if you were able to, you know, just go in there and give them a call right now, what would you recommend to Sem9?
I'm still really harping on that Orianna-Alistair combo. That's a composition that works very well because Orianna, of course, needs somebody to carry her ball forwards so that she can activate her shockwave. And Alistair does that very well. And if you're able to find Alistair Orianna, then you have multiple different methods of CC that can play very aggressive into the Ahri, into the poke that is pretty much defining these games. We always have something like a Kai'Sa coming out so far in the bottom lane from Momo, and if you're able to lock that down, then you have for the first time, I think, access to the damage dealers that have been tearing apart their composition. It doesn't necessarily need to be Alistair. Alistair, frankly, should be getting banned out. So I would take basically anything in that support role that had a little bit more CC, a little bit more stuns than the Braum. I'd be really into like a Leona, for instance.
Understood. And based on, you know, the bans, what do you think, you know, will or you would recommend them to ban? But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just before that, right, before we jump in there,
before we get there,
JBL Quantum series headsets are now available if you didn't know just yet. jbl.com.my for more information. If you want to spot some sexy little babies like this, if you notice the mustachio, I've got my 3.5mm jack connected to my headphones, but even the JBL Quantum 600 comes with a 2.4 Hz dongle, which means almost zero latency with wireless headphones for gaming. That is taking things up to another level, TJ.
That's not, I just want to clarify, we get handed like information on everyone we're talking about. This is all off the top of his head. AJ goes above and beyond. And speaking of going above and beyond, Udo is going above and beyond for their customers with this promotion, where if you go ahead and scan this QR code, you can get 5 gigabytes. That's right, 5 gigabytes of free data. And all you need to do is scan this QR code inside their app.
I remember the times where I used to purchase 500 MB of data for a lot of money in my younger days, man. These kids are getting 5 gigabytes for free from Udo. I mean, what's going on, DJ, to the world?
I mean, I every time I travel, like even to Europe, I'm blown away by how much better deals are offered in the rest of the world than American wireless companies. American wireless companies, even in comparison to like the rest of the American economy, it just sucks. So you guys are all getting great deals, especially from Udo.
Especially from Udo, but I'll tell you, man, the conversation of, you know, hating our internet service providers in our own respective countries is a conversation that will never, ever end. Going back to the topic, though, TJ, 2 options. Who would you ban from Geek Fam to try to contain their madness? Or is there even a ban that can actually contain Geek Fam?
Yeah, I mean, so oftentimes you're talking about compositions and the instinct is to go, all right, well, what can we take away from them? I actually don't think that applies very well to this game because it's not actually the characters that are defining it. It's the playstyle. So if I were to say ban one thing, it would actually be the Lux support. I think if you take the Lux support away, that changes how Nyx has to play the game, and that reduces some of the ranged lockdown. Those light bindings have been doing an awful lot of work. But I wouldn't be batting away the flashy characters. I would say the Ahri, I don't even think Ahri is that good. I think if you ban away the Ahri, there are like 6 other mid laners that could be picked in that place that would do the same job. So I don't think it's worth banning away too much. I think instead I want to see, oh my, we've changed. I think instead we want to see a little bit more of a focus on what can be built. And if Sem9 can build a composition that has better team fights and better responses to this high mobility look between the Lee Sin, the Kai'Sa, and the Ahri, if they can build something that can deal with that aggression and buy them time to burn individual targets, that makes the difference. That's the actual counter.
And that's as far as the game goes, right? But beyond the game as well, Sem9 needs something, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it might just be divine intervention. And what do you know? That's exactly what we have. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be taking a slightly extended break for prayers, so all of our Muslim brothers and sisters can go and pray first. And when we come back after the 10 minutes, we'll drop right in here for our bans and picks and see if or not Sem9 manages to take this divine intervention, listen to TJ, and do something different for themselves.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky ditelampun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampun tiba. Xiang terlampun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Will Sam9 shake things up, or will Geek Fam continue to trample over their opponents? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by ESL for the Mobile Open. This is TJ from Esports. TJ, you guys can find him. He is one of the best shoutcasters for Wild Rift at the moment, and I am Baby Mustachio, very, very new to the Rift. Thank you so much for carrying me, Daddy TJ.
Oh, I'm uncomfortable with that. Please never call me Daddy again. We have seen a really incredible... We're moving right on. I am not touching that. We are moving right on to our very incredible series to start things off. And I say incredible because of how strong one of these teams has looked.
Yeah, Orianna, Alistair. Are we gonna see these picks coming through for Sam9? Hopefully they do, man. Hopefully they listen to your little message there. Sam9, they've been struggling from the first 2 matches. Geek Fam has very comfortably taken these wins. Talk me through these bans here and tell me if or not they are what you expected to see.
The Gragas ban is kind of interesting to me. Sam9 really putting a lot of attention towards it. Gragas is very flexible, can be played like basically everywhere. So I assume this is a very specific player who plays a damn good Gragas and they don't want to see it. The Garen ban is also interesting though, because this means of course none of the high power picks have been banned out, so you will see that Lee Sin first pick again for Geek Fam. Now we're tracking the Kai'Sa carry. We're tracking... Oh! It's instead the Ahri that gets stolen away.
very, very interesting approach, right? And I wonder if or not Lee Sin's actually going to hold on to Shang, because Akali, I don't know. Very interesting. Talk to me, TJ. You clearly want to say something.
I'm so excited. So Akali is like perma-banned right now. They go for the 1-2 punch of grabbing the Akali. I don't think I would have prioritized the Ahri as much, but because you have Akali Ahri, there is so much mobility. I was going to say there's absolutely no way you draft a Lux into an Akali Ahri comp, but AJ, check that out!
Okay, so Lux wasn't taken out of the equation, right? And you talked about that. And
No.
are they gonna pay for this, TJ?
Well, I should hope so. There is so much assassination potential over on Sem9. Like, they have the backline dive from Jarvan, from Akali, from their Ahri. Like, there should be no way that a Lux survives. A Fiora should have a tough time. A Kai'Sa should have a tough time. Their answer, Sem9's answer, to 2 games of being bullied by lightweight assassins was to say, okay, fine, we'll do it as well.
And I don't know if that sort of a response is the best, right? You want to play this game, Geek Fam? Let's go in here and play the exact same game, but who plays this slightly better? TJ, with the Draven pick there.
Okay, so the Draven pick is its own. Look, I'll get there. They drafted a Seraphine into this. I cannot imagine looking at a composition with this many assassins on it and deciding to draft a Seraphine, a character that does not have any mobility, that does not have a single dash. Looking at that composition and being like, you know what I want? I want to not be able to run away.
Okay, so talk to me, right? Talk to me. Vision is on
No,
the Geek
I'm
Fam side.
overwhelmed.
Yeah, Vision is on their side, and they've got the movement speed on their side as well. They are gonna be able to take this. Do you think it's gonna be a quick finisher?
I think Sem9 have just gotten their best draft yet. The Draven, I promised to get to it. The Draven actually makes 0 sense to me. Because it does not work at all with the composition they have. They don't have a front line, so the Draven should just melt. They hovered like the Ezreal. The Ezreal would have been a much better pick, in my opinion, because the Ezreal has his own dash. He would have been able to stay alive much more effectively. So the way I envision this game going is either Sem9's assassins are able to get ahead early and just start blowing up the backline repeatedly, or they don't get that early start, they don't get the assassins enough damage to actually find the kills, and then they just can do nothing.
Okay, so Wild Rabbit is the one that picked Draven, and Rabbit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he usually plays the duo lane, so you're going to be seeing him together with Swag quite a bit. Then again, are we going to be able to expect them to play it as it is? It's going to be, you know, early skirmishes at the start. I don't really think so. They want to back away. Those farms are going to come through. Look at Geek Fam focusing on the bottom right-hand side of that map, DJ.
Yeah, Geek Fam playing very, very aggressive into this bottom lane, which I was kind of thinking about. So one of the compositions, sorry, my thoughts are all over the place. One of the strengths of the composition they have is they have Seraphine Lux, which enables basically the Lux to permanently have a healing spell instead of a shielding spell. And that's just going to make these team fights so difficult to burn down backline targets once we get there, if this composition is allowed to start up. So what I'm getting at is that basically everything depends on these first couple of moments.
Okay, now Rumpel's gonna be getting out of the way here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And you know exactly how damaging Lee Sin can be. And if the Blind Monk once again comes out as the MVP because of the damage that he can do down there in the jungle, as well as the assist that he drops in, Geek Fam should be able to take up a easy win. But then again, the wins from Geek Fam thus far, TJ, it has not just been stuck to one player. Each and every single one of them have been, you know, playing their roles, and that backup gameplay is so strong from them.
But I do want to, you know, flip that conversation over to Sem9 as well, because, okay, we're fine. The player that I highlighted so much out of those first 2 games is now the linchpin of this composition. Arhedge played incredibly well to start off the day, and now is on the Akali.
Okay. Now, Nyx might just be in trouble here, but he doesn't back away just as easy because he still has the turret on the defense, but the minions that are approaching from the Sem9 squad is going to be placing quite a bit of that pressure, but Momo steps in at the nick of time to save this. Kazuo wants nothing to do with Momo, TJ.
Yeah, Kazuo, I don't think ever really wanted to dive that turret, but he sure made sure to stick a spear in him. Take this, Nyx! Poke.
Shang and Rumble.
Flash
Rumble
did get blown down bottom. Momo doesn't have the flash, and you're right to call this out as well.
Yeah, okay, so let's see exactly what Rumple does here, right? Because RH might just get caught out. Can we see RH getting a little comfortable, little confident? Rumple with the attack. RH a little too fast. Backs away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But this battle, on the other hand, will break out. Is the Wild Rabbit together with Swag taking on Momo as well as Nick. And Momo has been proving to be such a pain for Sem9 thus far. But Kazuo with this backup, as well as Ravens as well. This might be the game changer, TJ.
Yeah, underneath the turret, that's going to be 2 kills. Very easily picked up. Geek Fam, as they rotate down, are just going to be trying to hold on to this turret. I don't imagine you go for a full-on fight. Actually, will follow the resonating strike in. Oh, a very good final spark. Ravens barely survives. Now, actually, this could turn into more, but Rumple is wide on his resonating strike the second time round. That means Sem9 are going to get a very good start to the game. Now with some turret placing, and maybe more, Rabbit will go down. Rumple in trouble here as Kazuo pushes forward, but they've got the backup from Nyx. So Geek Fam will trade a kill back over. 2 for 1 and turret placing.
Kazuo with the vision backing away just in the nick of time. But look at this, because of the situation that Sem9 has been placed in, it is going to be Geek Fam with the very first Drake. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and nothing Sem9 can do about this. And the way Sem9 approach the situation at the, the duo lane earlier, they've done enough damage, I would say, TJ.
Yeah, this is a very even start to the game. Sem9, I do think, come out slightly ahead, and that's because they broke the plates on that bot lane turret. They're going for this again.
Okay, now Nyx playing the exact same game as Lee Sin. In here with the hide, but not enough. He will have to back away, and look at Sem9 just pushing in. They want to destroy this turret, and they will get it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The very first turret taken by the one and only Sem9. Can this be the fight back that we see from the Sem9 squad? Because like you've been pointing out, TJ, they've been doing so much better in this game, right? But what is that difference, though? What can you see being that different, the difference that they've brought into this match number 3?
A lot of emphasis on bullying Momo. This is very much what happened to Wild Rabbit during game number 1, if you remember that. But they are putting all of their resources down here into this bottom lane, investing them in both taking Momo out of the game, and if you take a look at where that gold is going, in getting their own bottom lane out ahead. And that matters quite a great deal. I criticize this Draven pick. And I'm still going to say that I don't think it's as optimal as something like an Ezreal or a Xayah that has more survivability. But in terms of raw damage, Wild Rabbit is going to have just the most you could as an AD carry.
Okay, 4 more seconds in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Rift Herald has spawned, and it looks like Sem9 wants a piece of this, because if they can take the Rift Herald as well, I mean, 2 turrets early in the game, that will be such a huge difference from their first 2 matches, TJ. But this is not as easy as it seems, as the fight from Geek Fam just comes in, and the pressure will not be taken well by Sem9. They don't back away. They'll focus their efforts on to the Rift Herald, waiting for Geek Fam to come back in here for yet another push.
Sem9 don't have any vision inside the jungle here, so Geek Fam ought to have the advantage. You can see Rumble primed to engage. He steals it! A dive in! What a excellent steal from Rumble!
Oh my goodness, talk about timing, talk about being patient, talk about the blind monk being able to get that damage done. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the way they will go on and push this match. They you know, the opportunity for that donut may just be out of hand with the way Sem9 fights back, but Geek Fam is not letting this go just yet.
No, and that steal away is actually very, very important because it means that Geek Fam are going to be able to earn out a gold lead. Right now, they're a couple thousand gold behind, but they do have the gold lead kind of in their pockets with that Rift Herald.
Okay, so Rift Herald in their pockets. They haven't managed to go in there and take any turrets down just yet, but it doesn't really matter because look at the solo lane, look at that turret, almost at that halfway point. You unleash the Herald and, you know, it's game over, but are they gonna, you know, release it so early in the game? Doesn't sound like Geek Fam to me. They want to wait for that opportune moment, TJ.
Okay, so show me this. I was trying to work out how he got away. It was the ward hop. It was a very, very good use of Lee Sin's dash, which is a little different from PC to Wild Rift. On PC, it's a little bit more mechanically insane. Here on Wild Rift, you can execute it very, very quickly, and that difference is what allows Rumpel to close the distance or grow the distance so quickly.
Okay, so Mountain Drake this time. Are we going to be able to see Geek Fam come in here and swoop this up? They've managed to steal the Herald away already. And this time, if they do it with the Drake as well, that might just be what it takes to break Sem9 down.
Casual takes the front line with the Cataclysm, and that makes the difference. Our Hedge already diving into the back lines. Drake will go over to Sem9. Shang with the riposte in the front line does damage. Our Hedge, though, has already knocked one into GA. That'll be an even trade. First Blood will go over to Sem9 as they drop Rumpel permanently out of the Resurrect and into the grave. They get the Drake and the kill onto the opposing jungler. This is a victory for Sem9 in Game 3.
Oh, it indeed is. Even the Rift Herald couldn't do much damage, and the defense in the mid here, the team battle will continue. Geek Fam don't want to back out of it, but Sem9, I have not seen them this strong in the past two matches, and they're just showing us a different side. They don't want to give up, and we might just see them fight this back. I'm surprised, and I'm pleasantly surprised, TJ.
Yeah, that was very, very well played. But that Drake fight did highlight one potential problem with Sem9's composition, which is that Kazuo, their jungler, is kind of their only frontline character. He's kind of their only tank. You can see him recognizing that, I believe, building a little bit more tanky, as Jarvans do occasionally do towards the second half of this game. But in that Drake fight, it meant that they got the Drake decently low, and then Kazuo, the only player with a smite, had to leave the Drake to go forward and make sure it didn't get stolen.
This is the point where Geek Fam might just come in for the full-on push, right? Because the Baron Nashor, if they allow Sem9 to take the Baron Nashor as well, we might just see Geek Fam fall. And that's something they cannot put up with. They don't want to put up with. They came in here with the intention to finish off Sem9 quick, ladies, German boys and girls. And that's exactly what they want. Next, as well as Momo, hiding for just a little bit as Swag approaches. And what a beautiful stun, but not enough. Wild Rabbit in here with the backup, and they will be able to stay alive. These skirmishes is just so exciting. But here comes a little bit of that backup, TJ.
Quack doesn't have ultimate anymore. Burns the Monsoon there. So it's going to be that much more difficult if a full team fight breaks out. That's why the 4-man rotate is very important. Sem9 get all their resources here. And in a 4v4, Geek Fam don't like their odds. They'll back away.
And I've not seen Geek Fam retreat in this way before. I've not seen them retreat because of the pressure placed on by Sem9. Look at Sem9 come through, and this is a beautiful slay, and they will go on for the chase as well. Nick's gonna get taken down. One more shot, and he's taken out. Zora Veki manages to get out of there, but it is not enough. Has the damage been done, TJ?
I think that is exemplary of a truly astonishing lead. They ran underneath the turret, ate a Seraphine ultimate. They were all hit by that by that Encore, and it just didn't matter. Sure, you can be charmed underneath the turret, but they have such a lead they can take that hit, specifically Kazuo, who again is kind of functioning as both a tank and a frontline assassin.
Shang just doing it all on his own. He went in there, took that turret down, and will back away from this fight. I mean, he's done enough there. And this three-man push down the mid, this is another team fight just on the horizon waiting to break out here, TJ.
What needs to happen for Geek Fam is they need to be able to pick off Wild Rabbit. And if they can do that, they can win these fights.
Okay, we saw them go in here and they focused down on Momo. The bullying was happening at the start of the game. And I think that kind of allowed Sem9 to take control of the match. And right now, they seem to be in the driver's seat. Can they continue to go in for that full-on push? No one has taken down Baron Nashor just yet. And the Cloud Break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, has come in here to say hello. And Sem9 still rampages on in the game, TJ.
A full combo underneath the turret. And you can see the Draven ulti from Wild Rabbit just doing so much work. With Ozura out, they're going to go ahead and bait the Dragon. Or sorry, the Baron. Not start it yet, but they were hoping they'd get an overextension. Geek Fam are doing something very clever with this time. You can pay attention to the top lane where the Shang is just split pushing. He's getting a lot of gold. A Fiora could be kind of scary if this keeps going.
Oh, look at this, man. Okay, so one wants the Baron, the other one wants the Drake. And how are we going to get this done? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if this does... Oh, no! Here they come, man. Here they come right back. It's going to be Sem9 with the pressure. And look at the players from Geek Fam. They bailed. They don't want any part of this, TJ.
He got the inhibitor. There's now super minions in the base. And if nobody pays attention, this actually could be Geek Fam with a backdoor. The Shang is still there. He will eventually abandon. He absolutely could have ended the game there. But RTZ comes back just to play defense. And this now opens an opportunity on the front lines where Geek Fam know there's a player advantage for them because RTZ has to play defense. And they'll press the advantage. Sem9 need to reset, need to go back on the back foot, as they will be for the entire rest of the game, because check out these super minions now coming through the Baron lane.
Oh, goodness me. How do you fight? How do you fight a team like Geek Fam? Each and every single time, Sem9 thinks that they are doing all right. Sem9 thinks that they have taken a step forward. Geek Fam just throws a brand new question into the fray to confuse them. And the players from Sem9 right now going all the way down into the jungle, breaching through the jungle of Geek Fam. Are they going to be able to take this fight? Baron Nashor might just belong to them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Geek Fam in here with Rumpel maybe coming in for one more thing. No! Being chased away. They know exactly what Lee Sin is capable of, and it is going to be none other than Lee Sin. Oh no, Rumpel runs away, and Nyx on that chase, on the defense as well. But Baron Nashor manages to recover this pressure from Geek Fam to take Sem9 away from the Baron Nashor is absolute golden, TJ.
Ozura very low, will have to back away. The Shang in the very front of this fight is in trouble. But playing Fiora can survive. There's now such low HP on Geek Fam though, or sorry, on Sem9. The Geek Fam have control of the Baron pit once more, even losing a player. Right, they lost that fight by any mathematical sense, but they just did not have enough of an advantage, Sem9, to be able to turn that into the Baron.
Okay, so let's go back to the state of the game. You've talked about the back door being open. We also have acknowledged that Sem9 has done really, really great in match number 3 compared to match number 1 and 2. How do you see this match going from here on, and how can Sem9 end this and take one back from Geek Fam, PJ?
They have the right idea. They need to force a 5 versus 5 team fight, because they still win that. Especially Fiora. Fiora is not incredibly good at 5v5 team fighting. She is very good at exactly what Geek Fam are correctly using her for, which is split pushing. Going to a side of the map and just occupying it. And as long as Geek Fam can stop us from being in 5v5 team fight territory and keep us in this split map where you have the Fiora dueling RTZ on the side of the map, Geek Fam are winning that trade. Geek Fam are getting more value out of that. So, Geek Fam right now doing the right thing, slowing down the game, playing across the map.
Okay, so we haven't seen them go in here for the push on the duo lane. RTZ has been doing absolute amazing in the game so far, except for that one last move. He manages to back away from that situation, therefore no slay coming in from Geek Fam. But it doesn't matter. Look at this. The Baron Nashor action once again continues for Sem9, and there's only one player pulling Sem9 away from Baron Nashor, continuously sticking his nose in Sem9's business and making sure they don't get that final slay. How is Rumble able to do this again and again and not be eliminated?
Oh! What an ultimate Momo to the backlines with the killer instinct. The Encore sets it all up, and they're going to be able to follow up right behind it. Geek Fam getting so much value out of those overlapping ultimates. This was a 4v5 as RTZ TP'd in, and now Geek Fam are looking to close it. Riposte in the front line. The Shang will find one. Flashes forward, keeps chasing Ravens away. Is so very low, but staying ahead of everything. The Shang plays this perfectly, and by the time they finally pull, the trades have gone further. But RTZ dives into the front line, finds two. Finds three. Nyx just has to kite away. They've stepped too far forward, and RTZ single-handedly keeps Sem9 in this series.
Acing Geek Fam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not an easy thing at all. But RTZ was the one that played the biggest role on that chase down there. Zhang really knew that there was no options left, but you know, relentless gameplay coming through from Sem9. Can Geek Fam still beat the odds now, DJ, and pull this win? It is the Elder Dragon right now. If they manage the slay here, Sem9 might be able to force us for more games.
They should be able to get this, just because everyone's on respawn.
Yeah.
Maybe Ozravek, you can hit a sick ultimate. That's like the only way this steals. He was off target. Okay.
Can they
so, they'll get the Elder Infernal Drake. Now the big question is going to be the Baron. That is going to be the game decider. This doesn't really change the outcome because Sem9, all the Elder Infernal Drake means is that they will 100% win any 5v5 team fight, but that was already the status quo.
Sem9 right now going in for Baron Nashor. Finally, will Rumble once again be able to push them away? Yes, he does. This is like a one-man extermination squad, and all of the Sem9 players to him alone are cockroaches, and he manages each and every single time he steps in there. He repels the Sem9 players. They know Lee Sin is just so dangerous, especially with that steal. When he hit that steal on the Rift Herald earlier, and they just don't want to let go Baron Nashor in the exact same way, TJ. But this push right now coming in from Sem9, will they be able to take the final turret down the mid? And one more hit, they will do exactly that, and the Nexus can now be... I don't know, man. Can they feed on the Nexus just yet when Geek Fam is on the defense?
That's what Sem9 needed to do. I'm very distracted by what Rumble is up to here because his team... maybe he finds one. Flash forward! That's the jungler down. Kazuo, the smite carrier for Sem9, is off the map for 50 seconds. Geek Fam need to try the Baron right now. They are literally never going to get a better opportunity.
If they actually manage to go in here for the Baron and take him down as well, what an amazing clutch opportunity.
You gotta go. Waves pushing in bot side, they know our hedge is dealing with it. They know there's no jungler. Geek Fam are taking the best opportunity they are ever going to be handed, and they are burning down this Baron to half HP. Here comes Sem9, round the side, start of the fight. Baron HP, Baron will be picked up. The smite secures it. Does anyone survive, though? Our hedge to the front line already has a double kill, making a quadra kill as it cleans up two in the blink of the eye. There is only one player left on the map, and that is not going to be enough to save the game. Geek Fam desperately try to come back from an early game deficit, but Sem9 have kept us away from the donuts, AJ, and they will be driving us to a game 4.
What a way to play it right back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. No donut fest here today. Geek Fam doesn't get to do it. Sem9. Every single thing that we expected out of Sem9, I don't think they delivered, but they did it in their own way. And what a way to actually get that pulled off. The pressure gameplay that was coming through from Sem9 this time, it looked so different. But here is my one small problem, TJ. Is, you know what, I'm not going to say it at this stage of the competition. I'll keep it for you, Geek Fam, later on when we see each other again.
Okay, right, all right. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, though, because I want to highlight something. I asked during the draft I asked two questions. First of all, why did you pick Draven? And the answer is apparently that Wild Rabbit is an incredible Draven player. His positioning this entire series, or this entire game, was incredible. He doesn't get a lot of kills, but he's just dropping sustained damage into these team fights. The other thing I asked was, how do you win this fight if you don't have more stuns, if you don't have more CC? That's what they needed to lock down the playstyle of Geek Fam. And I didn't think they had it, but it turns out that Kazuha was the secret weapon. He played such a good Jarvan. Jarvan has 2 stuns, essentially, between the Cataclysm and the Flag and Drag combo, which gives you a knock-up. And every single team fight, he was able to deploy them perfectly to keep Wild Rabbit alive in the backlines and to enable our hedge to clean things up.
And just look at their stats, man.
28k
and 22,000 on the damage by Wild Rabbit and Ravens, but not even matching up to our hedge, who has been just so dominating that match. How was that?
I'm just going to say 28,000 again, and hope that communicates how awestruck I am. I mean, you know, this isn't a mid laner. You can see Akali hit these numbers, but normally it's through being a mid laner who's involved in all the early fights. Our hedge didn't take a team fight until the 10-minute mark, right? They were alone in the top lane doing top laner things until like the 10-15 minute mark when they came down and started playing through the team fights. But over the course of 3 or 4 team fights, our hedge like got a quadra kill, 2 different triple kills, and basically single-handedly extends this series.
Yeah, he has been absolutely amazing so far. But can they just depend purely on RH? And it seems like this was not the situation, right? And here's something that I wanted to throw out, but I thought I want to keep for later on in the competition. But it makes no sense. I have to say it now. I've noticed Geek Fam do this in a few different competitions, not just in Wild Rift. And the problem is they are so good, they are such a big brand that everybody tries to go and study their gameplays. They take these commanding leads, these commanding wins early on, and they always drop it, you know, towards the end. They don't want to show just how tough they are until they get to the grand finals. I hope for the sake of Sem9 that is not the case. I hope for the sake of Sem9 that this win was purely on Sem9's, you know, ability to respond to whatever Geek Fam has thrown at them thus far. Because if at all that's the case, the next match is going to be even crazier, TJ.
Yeah, well, it is. There's no two ways about it. Game 4 is coming up, and either Sem9 have figured something out, or maybe Geek Fam are saving strats. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back with some analysis, and then after that, game number 4. You won't want to miss any of it.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky di telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan seorang mereka ingin masuk secara terlepas telah pun tiba Siang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the Summer Super Cup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by ESL. Now, TJ, the donut we didn't get, my friend. I do apologize. I really thought we were about to serve up a Malaysian donut here. But Sem9 coming in and showing us that it's not going to be all Geek Fam, that they are in here for a reason as well. But the question is consistency. Can they show us that they can repeat this? Because if they do, then dude, game number 5 is just going to be on a whole other level. But if they can't, what is that message Geek Fam is setting out to the rest of the competition? Put that spell!
AJ, I'm not
There
gonna
you
lie
go.
to you. I keep pressing the wrong button during the breaks and then forgetting about it. And it's a really bad time. I'm supposed to be a professional. This is rough.
It happens.
I think you're absolutely right that they are the drivers of this narrative. What Geek Fam are doing during these games is kind of the tone setter for the tournament, because they did come in as the champions of the preseason invitational. They did come in as kind of the most stable roster in Malaysian Wild Rift. So if you're using them as the benchmark, then I think what we take away from this series, even as it currently stands, is that Sem9 have proven they are mortal, if that makes sense. They have proven that you can take them down, and Sem9 can look at that as a win no matter the outcome of the series as a whole. But I also think there is something to be said for how these next games go, determining maybe our perspective on Sem9 more than anything. Whether or not they can repeat that.
Absolutely right. And because imagine the situation if they can repeat this, not once, but twice. To kick Geek Fam out and to move on to the next stage, that would be such a huge statement, right? And I think that's really going to put Sem9 on the universe's map in terms of Wild Rift, because not many teams go in there and take down Geek Fam the way they have done this. And which is why I said, right, TJ, consistency. Can they do this again? Or was that... No, I don't think that was lucky, man. Yeah, I don't think it was a fluke, right? Because they did so many things right. The push, the pressure that came through from Sem9. Geek Fam really looked like they did not know how to respond.
Okay, but can I... And this clip right here highlights it. Can I just address the audacity of drafting Seraphine Lux into Akali Jarvan? Like, you are looking at a composition that is constructed almost entirely out of assassins, right?
Yeah.
You are looking at a composition that is, you know, if we're making a Pokemon comparison, you're looking at a water type composition, and you're like, you know what we need? Some fire type. And it's kind of astonishing that they went for it at all. I have to imagine, you know, Seraphine and Lux do have a very good combo together. They do have a ton of CC. We saw them execute that CC, that combo, a couple of times there, where they would land the Encore, get a big 4-man stun, and then get the final spark, the Lux ultimate laser beam on top of it, and you're like, oh my god, they've done it. And then you take a moment and you look at the damage numbers and you're like, wait a second. They landed the combo and didn't get anything done. And the reason why their ultimate combo wasn't doing any damage was because they just spent the last 15 minutes playing into Akali Jarvan, and that backline that had to be the saving grace, that had to land the combos to win the games, was time after time after time getting just annihilated by the raw damage available from these high damage assassins.
Yeah, let's talk about Momo as well as Zaraveki in here a little bit. They didn't really affect this match as much at this time round. And why would that be?
Well, we saw it in the early game, right? Momo just got absolutely bullied. He got the treatment that they gave to Wild Rabbit during game number 1. He got the Wild Rabbit treatment where right from the get-go there are 3-4 players constantly diving that bottom lane. In League of Legends PC, we say they set up a tent because they're camping so hard. And it felt like that was also kind of a consequence of the draft because Sem9 had a couple more assassins, they had a little bit more mobility. We were able to see them have that cross-map presence.
Well, is it a fluke, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or is this the rise of Sem9 and the decimation of Geek Fam? Because if they can continue what they just pulled off, oh goodness me, TJ as well as AJ are absolutely excited. After a quick short break, we will continue this rampage between the two squads.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba Becky dan bukan mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport terlampau tiba Xiang terlampau sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba Becky dan bukan mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport terlampau tiba Xiang terlampau sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Summer Super Cup brought to you by ESL. League of Legends Wild Rift. I thought I had seen perfection in gameplay until we just witnessed Sem9 coming back in here and taking it away from Geek Fam, right? And when I say perfection, perfection thus far. Because in the budding stages of Wild Rift in Malaysia, I'm quite sure, DJ, there's just so much more that we have not witnessed yet.
Yeah, and you know, you're talking about perfection. You're absolutely right. Games 1 and 2 looked like perfection, especially Game 2, for a Geek Squad that was just dominating. But as we go on, Geek Fam, sorry, as we go on and we get to Game 3, there's no perfection anywhere to be seen. It is raw, unfiltered chaos. And let me tell you, AJ, that's way more fun.
Oh, absolutely, and I want to see consistency, and I don't want to see consistency for just one game. I want to see Sem9 pull this off twice, because it will really, really put them on the map in terms of, you know, League of Legends Wild Rift in Malaysia, right? To take down the Titans, Geek Fam, is something that a lot of squads will look forward to, and to do it so early, to not even allow them to qualify, will go to say a lot. But talk me through these bans, as Lee Sin is not gonna be able to perform for Geek Fam anymore.
No, neither is Ari, as Sem9 ban out the Ari. They don't want to keep fighting over it, so the Akali is the first pick. That'll go into the hands of the Shang, which is kind of terrifying, especially because Sem9 are doing exactly the thing that Geek Fam did during last game, and they are drafting lightweight backline characters into an Akali. They're going to grab a Lux, they're going to grab a Ziggs, both of which are good characters, neither of which are good characters into an Akali, especially as Geek Fam begin to build what is the core of a really solid team fighting composition. They have the Alistar Kai'Sa. This looks like the strongest draft we've seen from any team yet, pulled out by Geek Fam here in game number 4.
Well, looks like, oh goodness me, when Wukong steps into the stage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and if Momo is gonna, you know, guaranteed step in here with Wukong, I think Geek Fam is looking for a finisher. I based on what I'm seeing, maybe they want to let it go. Katarina on Nyx as well. Dude, I fear for Sem9 now. I want to see how they take this up against Geek Fam now, DJ. What do you think of these picks so far?
I don't know where the Katarina goes. I assume it's mid lane. And then we have the Akali top, Wukong jungle. I think that's where we end up. And everything about that draft is like standard and exciting. Except for the Katarina. The Katarina is a huge question mark for me. I have not seen very many of them in competitive. There is an EU player that runs him in competitive occasionally. Frankly, it doesn't look too great. He knows who he is if he's hearing this. Otherwise, I'm not going to call him out. So for Geek Fam, I think that is my biggest question mark. But otherwise, I'm looking at this composition as a double assassin comp, and they have some squishy backline targets to get access to over on the Sem9 side. So for Sem9, it's all about protecting that Lux, protecting that Ziggs. And to be fair, they do have the resources to do it. If they engage front to back, it's going to be Alistar gaming all the way. The Alistar will be able to hold the Jarvan dive off in the front lines, and the Kai'Sa will rain in damage from behind. So it's going to be about the way that Sem9 engage, the way they protect their own backline. And I'm really excited for this draft. I'm really excited for this game 3. Overall, I give Geek Fam a slight edge.
Well, speaking of hedges, our edge has been quite the, you know, titan in the previous match for Sem9. I really wonder how will Geek Fam take this upon themselves. I mean, they go in here for the sneaky play in the jungle, bottom right hand first, and just so close towards the dragon lane, waiting for the players from Sem9 to come in with the approach. And I believe that's exactly what's going to happen here, as Ravens just, you know, moves in ever so slowly. The mid section is going to be quite all right. The players still don't know exactly what's going to happen, and Wukong will back away towards that mid there. But so far, so good. Neither one going in aggressive,
you know,
DJ.
You see this as series go on in League of Legends. The later we go, you know, games start adding up, the less fancy the early games get. We're not taking any risks here.
Well, RH as well as Shang, if we know, Hedge, he wasn't really taking those risks in the first two games, but in the third game, I feel like, he really switched up the way he was approaching these situations, and I was really surprised to see Shang, kind of get slain a couple of times there up in the top lane.
Yeah, that'll be a matchup to watch. The other one I want to pay attention to, the reason why I don't just outright say Geek Fam won the draft by a lot, is the mid lane matchup. Because Ozra Vecchi on the Katarina is a huge X factor to me, and we're going to start things up here in the top lane instead.
Well, Rumpel dropping in for a quick assist, as he always does, and this time in the form of Wukong. It doesn't really matter if you take away Lee Sin from his hands, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's still going to be able to jump around with the presence of, the gods in his side. It's going to be Nyx as well as Momo, Kazuo, Swag right there in front of them. Wild Rabbit in here on the hunt as well, just waiting to see if or not he needs to get himself involved in this battle. And it looks like Geek Fam will be all right for the time being. They just don't want to get too close.
Yeah, I thought we were going to go off of that light binding. What's the point of bringing your Lux in to find a light binding with a Jarvan nearby if you don't do anything from it?
Oh, Ravens, Ozora Vecchi with such an aggression there. But he will back away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ravens as well. He's got the minions right there in front of him. He's using the turret there for defense as well. So Ozora Vecchi cannot go in for that aggressive gameplay. Momo and Nyx on the other hand, they have got the minions on their side. They can go in for the push. But it looks like the situation at the dual lane, the Dragon lane, is going to be quite tough as well. Like you said, TJ, that the more matches we go through, it just gets a little slower and slower. Neither one side wants to make that mistake. Geek Fam definitely don't want to lose yet another and leave it to chance in game number 5. And Sem9 desperately wants to fight back.
He'll burn Swag down. And that is the mistake that they were trying so hard not to make. A little bit of a step too far forward from Swag there. Burns both summoners, and there's just so much CC, so much stun from Rumpel, that there's no way for Swag to disengage in time.
And it's Rumpel constantly in there with the ganking, right? He constantly goes in there to give just that enough amount of support for his teammates to go in for that final slay. And he's just roaming throughout the jungle, just as the jungler should do. I've not seen anyone play this role better than him thus far. If he can continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Rumpel, definitely a household name for Geek Fam, as well as the Wild Rift scene. Our Hedge goes in here, a little aggressive, but nothing much for Shang to worry about as he backs away just a little. I mean, the skirmishes will break through in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the Mountain Drake comes in to say hello.
Yeah, going to be sending some greeting cards to both these teams. Mountain Drake, normally where the fighting starts here, but Sem9 just don't have the resources to contest it, so they frankly ought to back off here. Geek Fam don't seem to know that, though. They don't seem to realize that Sem9 have to be at a player deficit here. And as a result, we get 0 fighting.
Kazuo on the prowl here, just trying to remove all of the side wards from Geek Fam, ensuring that he will be the one to make sure, the sight for his squad is all clear. The Mountain Drake is not going to be super easy to take down because of the fact that Rumpel is just hanging around. How many times have we seen Rumpel go in there and make sure Baron Nashor is not taken away? But this time, it is going to be the Mountain Drake, and here comes that fight, TJ.
A huge dive into the front lines of the Valkyrie just chews away at the HP of Geek Fam, but they still have the damage advantage thanks to a great mid-fight ultimate from Ozra Vecchi. A quadra kill in total, and that will be Geek Fam taking everything.
Oh, and they hit the ace as well, but it's so early in the game, and Sem9 will respawn immediately, come back in here for the fight, but the Mountain Drake is just finished off before they can even approach. What a way to start things off for Geek Fam. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if they have dropped one match, and if Sem9 has built that confidence, here they come to crush it down once again. And it's a 3-player pile-up at the duo lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they will go in for the takedown of this turret right now. A one-man defense is not gonna be enough.
I want to just address kind of why I was so high on Alistar earlier in this series. You can see it here. the 4-man double knockup combo that just starts this fight off as Nyx follows up on what the Wukong's doing. What a good ultimate. That just makes such a difference. Having just an extra, here it is again, stun off on this team from Nyx. You're always going to have solid engage if you have an Alistar in your pocket. And I felt like both these teams have been missing it as they've drafted other supports.
Rumple going in here for the blue buff. I wonder if he's going to be able to take it down, or is he going to call in for some backup for that final slay as the players from Sem9 come in here. Pushing down mid, the turret almost taken down, but Azora Vecchi will make sure he shows his face, he shows his name, because the players from Sem9, once again, want nothing to do with him. Shang, on the other hand, almost taken down. What a reversal as he turns around and just slays our edge out of there.
A very, very good use of the Shuriken flip there. I really want to see a replay of that. I don't know if we can get that, but that was one of the sickest micro outplays I've ever seen. Because it came down to a bluffing game for RTZ's pull. Yeah. RTZ sitting on the Noxie and Guillotine, sitting on basically everything that could end the fight, but in order to do that, needed to stun up the Shang. And the Shang finds the window where RTZ thinks they're out of range, thinks they're out of the distance from which they can be full comboed, and just perfectly plays the timing on that. Really, really well played in the 1v1.
Swag almost taken down. Oh, Azora Vecchi getting it done, and Ravens has been eliminated. Azora Vecchi coming back in, yeah, and Rumple with that backup as well. Shang just they ripped through the players of Sem9, and there's just nothing they can do about it. It is going to be the Wild Rabbit in there for the defense, just trying to throw those players off guard and back away. But that's all Sem9 can do. They can't do any more much than that, TJ, at this moment.
And that answers my question from the draft. I said, how effective is this Katarina going to be? Apparently, extremely. And that means that, as I talked about, you have 2 assassins, 3 depending on how you classify the Wukong, playing into Lux and Ziggs. And as you saw in that mid lane, Lux, Ziggs, Corki, all these characters are so easy for assassins to just demolish.
Another team fight might just break out here in the mid, because look at the Sem9 players just guarding that mid, that they are so hungry for that mid tower opportunity. They've gone in there and they've taken it, and they want to continue pushing down that mid. They tried to open up Geek Fam in the same way in the previous game. It turned out in their favor. Do you think with the current composition, the same execution is going to be possible for them, TJ?
RTZ for the front lines. I'll get back to you on that as Nyx has to burn a flash to stay alive.
Yep.
And Momo's still in this bush. Yeah, plays the vision incredibly well, getting the full Acathian Rain onto Wild Rabbit, and this now sets up for a backline dive that goes horribly awry as Azora Vecchi just gets interrupted, full CC'd by RTZ. And that means it's a free kill on over to Sem9 as the Rift Herald charges.
And the Rift Herald will just do enough damage, ladies, German boys and girls. Rumple as well as Nyx, they won't go in to finish off the turret just yet. They will want to wait for some backup, and here comes Wukong as well. It's a 3-on-3 situation, which Wukong will not want to engage much in. Here comes the Drake as well, and it looks like for the time being, Geek Fam is multiple steps ahead of Sem9, just like we saw in game number 1 and 2. Yes, they may have been shaken a little bit, in that previous match, but they are letting everything go. And in 6 seconds, ladies, German boys and girls, we will find out whether Baron Nashor is the point of contention or they want the Drake.
One of the things to keep your eye on as we head towards this Baron is that Sem9 absolutely cannot under any circumstances take the Baron. They simply do not... Oh, Raven's in trouble. They simply do not have the damage. Momo, Azora Vecchi, they will. So if Geek Fam find an opportunity around this Drake fight, around this Baron fight, if they get a couple of kills, this game can end real fast.
And they clearly agree with you. Geek Fam goes in here. They don't even bother to touch the Baron. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kazuo dropping in before the steal, but nah, it does not happen. But worth the try anyway. They move in for the Drake, and then Baron Nashor is the point of contention, because to your point, Sem9 just couldn't go in earlier.
I don't want to be mean, but That was just absurd from Kazuo. There's no way you steal that. Just a very awkward full commit for that Drake, and I mean, maybe best case you win the 50-50 smite fight, but the amount of resources committed isn't in no way worth it. If Geek Fam were playing a little more aggressively, they could have turned that kill onto the enemy jungler into a Baron take, or at least force Sem9 to fight him 4v5 to stop the Baron take. It was very, very risky play from Sem9's jungler.
Yeah, so going back to consistency, though, TJ, what do you think of Sem9's performance in this match? Geek Fam all of a sudden is showing you exactly what we saw in match 1 and 2.
I think the most consistent part of Sem9 is these overextensions. We saw them from Ravens during game number 2. We are seeing them here from Kazuo. It's obvious to me that Sem9, don't have that well-oiled teamfight shot calling machine up yet. Which, to be fair, is very understandable. Wild Rift is very new, competitive Wild Rift even newer. But that's what I want to see improved, because there's obviously really good mechanical talent on this team, but it feels like Sem9's ability to shot call around that talent is slipping up pretty consistently.
Just the one turret taken down in the middle for Sem9. Things don't look so great for them.
What's
2
our
breaks,
up to?
Baron... What is he up to? Shang on the takedown. Kazuo with the backup as well. Shang might be in trouble. Can he flash away? Oh, gets away in the nick of time, TJ.
A dive forward here. This is risky right into the Alistar, and Ravens will pay the price pretty instantly. Goes down. Oh, a deep dive. Ozravecki finds 2. Our hedge is here now for the turn. They're able to get Ozravecki. Looks like it'll be all. A 1-for-2 trade underneath the turrets. Geek Fam clearly scaling here, clearly having their late game damage. You know, Momo's going to get scarier and scarier. Here's the setup. Nyx round the back, headbutt forward. Momo's there, knocked into GA. This may be Kazuo escaping with only GA burned, but it's still a demonstration of what an Alistar Kai'Sa teamfight combo can do.
Ravens and Swag, I mean, they want to make the impact in this game, but the players from Geek Fam just not allowing them that opportunity. Rumpel has done so much of damage, so much of, pain inflicted on the Sem9 players just because he does not stay in one spot, constantly roaming that jungle, constantly dropping in for that gank whenever possible, and right now he will return to base. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when Wukong comes back, the fight is just gonna get spicier. Baron Nashor hasn't been slain just yet. The 3-man pile down in the duo lane. Tell me, TJ.
I want to call out that back timing. You're very good to notice that the jungler does reset just then, because of course they're resetting with the Drake only 30 seconds away. They're resetting so that they have the best possible items into this very important team fight.
And thus far with the team fights, I feel like Geek Fam has been giving it their all, right? They haven't been going overboard though. So calculative in their approach. They are showing us, remnants of what we saw in game number 1 and 2 that just wasn't present in game number 3. The patience gameplay, watching and seeing what is the vision like on the opposing side. And the moment they see those Sem9 players in there, they make that conscious decision on whether or not to go in for the engagement. A lot of what I can see, Sem9 wants those engagements. They are playing it super aggressive. Maybe that's why they seem to be getting caught up in these fights and, getting slain.
Sem9 will be playing behind their turret because they can still access the Drake. Thanks to the shorter map, you can play behind your turret until the Drake fight starts. Geek Fam are starting this Drake fight now. Using Nyx for zoning, they will secure the Ocean Drake, making it their 3rd of the game. And I am really rather worried for Sem9. That gold lead keeps on growing, AJ.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's an understatement to say that we are worried for them, right? Sem9, I don't know what can they do in this game to turn things around.
No, okay. So they found something. It was the Wukong clan had tricked me.
As Momo goes in here for the approach. I mean,
Rumpel is here, and I want to note that because Sem9, in an ideal world here, Wild Rabbit, we'll kite it back. In an ideal world here, are considering this Baron tag, and Geek Fam are so on top of the ball.
They are. I mean, look at the duo lane. Nobody's going down there to take that turret down. They just want to make sure Geek Fam does not touch Baron Nashor. They know the moment Baron gets taken down, it might just be game over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, three drakes being taken down early in the game by Geek Fam. You know, Sem9 has gone in there and they tried to contest it. Can you even say they tried to contest it? They tried to contest it from
in
far,
trouble
at the very least.
And here's the dive from Nyx again, well behind the turret. Wild Rabbit into stasis. Momo kites around the side of the fight and just pumps in damage. And that's all you need. Nobody has access to Momo. Dive in, Noxie and Guillotine from Arhedge will find one kill, but it's only a knock into GA. Rumpel will survive. Arhedge did get the reset on the ulti. So we'll see if they can find a secondary opportunity, perhaps on the low HP players like Arshang, but... Sorry, the Shang. But Arhedge just can't get close to them. And yet again, Team 5 win to Geek Fam. That gold lead continues to grow. It's now at around 10k.
Yeah, they're all recalling, man. They all want to jump back there into the base. They want to make sure they're prepared for this. What might just be the final showdown as Geek Fam makes the approach. Nyx in here, Kazuo knocked back. And I mean, flashes back.
That's
we don't see, we don't see, you know, Geek Fam letting go of this game at all.
And you know why they can make that play where Nyx like finds a free opportunity over the top of the wall? It's because they have a ward. It's because Geek Fam have so much extra vision on the map that they know where Kazuo is. And that's been, as we were talking about during one of the breaks between games, a massive advantage for the team this entire semi-final.
Absolutely, the duo lane right now is having their very own solo battle down under. Swag as well as Ravens might come in here for that backup.
This is what happens if you play top lane. You're playing a fighting game the whole time. It's just a 1v1.
Yeah. So I don't know if or not Shang will be able to hold back RH because he's just been so aggressive in here.
Full kit available for the Shang. They'll go back in, trying to fight for the Honey Fruit. Arhedge over the top does have Noxie and Guillotine and low HP. They're knocking him into GA, but the Shang is able to come out soon and flash away, staying alive over the top of Arhedge and calling in the reinforcements. Kazuo roams down to intercept them, and Nyx cannot interfere, so you burnt the GA, Arhedge.
Yeah, I dare say, if Sem9 had just one more RH in their squad, dude, this match would be so different. Right? RH is just so, he's just savage at times.
Yeah, Arhedge has been the standout player for Sem9 every single game. Very consistent. A little bit absent from these team fights, though, as top laners often are, and that has its results. Here is your Elder Drake. A very important one. Geek Fam with 3 Drakes would get so much true damage. So this has to be fought. A dive in. Oh, good ultimate. 2 good ultimates as the Inferno Ball finds 2 kills. And this is Rumpel already down. A GA burned as well. Sem9 find their opportunity, take down the opposing jungler instantly, and force almost every defensive cooldown to be burned. What do Geek Fam do? Can they re-engage?
It's not enough. They need to be able to take down the Elder Dragon as well.
Oh! A 4-man knock-up! That's exactly what they need, and Momo goes in right round the back. He will find 2. That's the turn. It does not matter they're down a man. It does not matter they do not have their jungler. Geek Fam still find the team fight. That's Alistair, baby.
They go on a killing spree. They take a turret down in the same process. They manage to go in there and prevent them from taking the Elder Drake. They manage to ace M9 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what more do you want Geek Fam to prove in this match? They will go in here for the turret just before they access the Nexus. Momo right in front, Azora Veki as well. This is the finisher. The super minion spawning, they don't need that as Geek Fam takes the number 3 to slice and dice and kick Sem9 out of the competition.
It gets messy, especially in that final team fight. But Geek Fam, despite being challenged, have established themselves as one of the top teams in this tournament going into the Icon Series. As of this screen right now, as you look at the word victory, Geek Fam have qualified for the main event. and you can look forward to that. I certainly am. More gameplay ahead from them, hopefully.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that they lost that third game and they didn't take it in such a commanding way, because game 1, 2, and 4 has been absolute crazy for Geek Fam thus far, but it's also an opportunity for these other squads to go in there and read exactly what is Geek Fam doing, because every time they win, there are some secret sauces that they seem to be throwing in there that you definitely have picked up on thus far, TJ.
Yeah, so I want to call out the Alistair Kaiser, and there's like a little bit of self-congratulation there, because I know I was begging for Alistair the entire series. But my, what a difference it made. Because so many of those fights were determined by the fact that Nyx was able to get into the front lines and just lay down the law. I also want to call out what items Nyx was building. You can see the Abyssal Mask as the first item from Nyx. What that does is it amps up magic damage in an AoE radius around you. Well, where does the magic damage on this team come from? It comes from Ozurveki and the Shang, the two backline assassins. So the way this team fight works is Nyx goes into the front lines, lands a big knockup, lands a lot of stuns, and then just stays alive, whilst the Shang and Ozurveki, utilizing that amped up magic damage, dive and assassinate the backlines. And if you look at where the deaths are over on Sam 9, you can see how much Ravens was suffering for that, and particularly Swack, who's playing a Lux, a character with very little HP and no escape tools, and they drafted it into an Akali, which I will go to my grave a little angry about.
And Sem 9 basically showing just through the draft picks itself, TJ, I don't know if you'll disagree with me, that they were just not ready to take on a squad like Geek Fam. They were good, they did the right things, you pointed them out. I mean, you need to be able to do the right things to take 1 point away, to take 1 match away from Geek Fam, right? And that's exactly what they did. Let's look at RH this time. It didn't shine as bright. Ravens stepping it up onto the plate, but it was Ozurveki with the mountain of damage that he brought on these players.
What a Katarina, what an Ari, playing characters that I do not consider as the best characters in mid lane right now. You know, I'm a big fan of the European meta where you have a lot of the control mages. We're looking at things like Seraphine, we're looking at things like Orianna. And I think Geek Fam have proven today that if you get a very mechanically talented player and you give them the mid lane assassins, they can absolutely dominate. That's what Ozurveki did on Ari, and now on Katarina as a secondary pick.
Yeah, we have to give credit where credit is due to Rumple as well, right? He plays the jungle like it's the back of his hand. He's in and out, and the conversations. I really am curious about the conversations that happen in the background as well, because there was a situation, and if you go back and we happen to see the replay for match number 3 again, the rotations from Sem 9 were absolute picture perfect. Each and every single time their teammates were in trouble. That was the difference in match number 3. The team fights that were brought on by, the Sem 9 squad as well as RH with the finishes were perfect. But in this game number 4, they just didn't bring that shine. They didn't bring that consistency in that we were looking for, TJ.
Yeah, and so much of the series that looked good during that game 3 was RH, and Kazuha, right? The two frontliners who were able to dive and define the fights. And then we got to game 3, and RH is playing the Darius, and he's playing a pretty darn good Darius, but he's playing a character with lower mobility who needs to kind of walk through the front of these fights, and he's playing it into Alistair. He's playing it into so much CC that there's no opportunity for that combo to function. Because the Darius goes, I want to go chase down this kill. I want to walk towards this target. And someone like an Alistair is just laying down area of effect CC to make sure that doesn't happen. There's no opportunity to replicate what happened during Game 3.
Yeah, with my very basic knowledge of Wild Rift thus far, I didn't really see, what sort of damage picking Lux would have brought in. But you had the foresight. You already saw this, TJ, before we even went into the match. You weren't really happy with that Lux pick. What do you think could have made the difference instead of Lux in that game?
I would have liked something like a Leona. So the appeal of the Lux there, and I think the reason why it got drafted, is because you have so many assassins, you're looking for things that can lock people down.
Yeah.
The light binding that Lux has is very, very good in terms of, okay, we can just stun up an individual target. But Lux herself is obviously, you know, a potato chip. You can step on her and she just crinkles. So what you need is someone like the Leona who has that full stun kit and can also take a beating. Leona, Alistair, and Galio are my favorite supports right now. Galio, you have to fiddle with the runes a little bit, but actually is very good against assassins like this because of his AoE taunt. So really any of those three would have made me happy.
Yeah, and I guess Lux would have worked, but it only works in, I guess, the hands of really, really good technical players. Because, like what we've seen, even Geek Fam has picked up these potato chips in, you know, in those previous matches. And when those crucial moments come through, they still end up surviving, right? I mean, they flash away, they turn into the statue of Midas out of nowhere just to, oh dude, that was the highlight moment, DJ. Ozora Vicky stepping into the house as the MVP for the one and only Geek Fam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at the KDA 524. The damage dealt in total 18,197. I mean, how impressive was Ozora Vicky to you, TJ?
Oh, incredibly. You know, I talked about it, but so much of the European meta for mid laners right now is about these control mages, area of effect damage that you throw into team fights, and you just basically are building your composition around our mid laner will survive, they will provide damage vaguely. Ozora Vicky isn't playing that meta, they're playing, I'm going to play Ahri, I'm going to play Katarina, and I single-handedly am going to win these team fights off of my target selection and ability to blow up those individual backliners, right? You were talking about the Lux, and I want to say, I think the Lux is, like, absolutely, there is a world in which you never miss a light binding. You land every single stun, you never die. But I also just think it's unrealistic against a player as good as Ozora Vicky to think you're going to be able to do that. I think...
Correct.
You have to factor in not only your own skill, but the skill of the assassins that are diving in.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. I mean, played right, Lux should be able to change the face of the game, but unfortunately just not against, you know, such technically skilled players like what Geek Fam has on their roster. And like you say, man, sometimes it's those bans and picks that really wins the match from the get-go, not even going into the technical aspects or the strategies in that game later on as well. With Geek Fam taking this victory, and we've got our next match stepping up, right? It's going to be slightly different. Why? Because we've got what we just saw were two squads, and these two squads had players from ex-pro teams, right? The next one is going to have an underdog squad going up against, well, a team that is quite strong in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, TJ and I will be right back to discuss that in a bit.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba, Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, hell, I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself up top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This has been an absolute amazing day at the Rift thus far, with the one and only TJ and the Mustachio AJ in the house, bringing you all of the action. The Icon series have been absolutely iconic thus far. Geek Fam has been iconic thus far. But TJ, now we take our sights and we move them on to series number 2, where we will see 2 squads taking up, this fight. RTZ Underank as well as Eminence Raptor will step into the Rift, DJ.
Yeah, and this is part of the tournament where I'm starting to be able to put together trends, right? And this is the most exciting and important part to me is, yes, this is a tournament to determine who's going to play in the Icon series, and congratulations, by the way, to our last team to do so, but we also need to talk about what standards they're setting. And is Geek Fam kind of qualify off the back of really assassin-focused mechanical gameplay across 3 games? I'm paying attention to, in our next series, what these individual players are going to bring and what these teams are going to bring that can counter that if they potentially face each other in the Icon series, if they win here today. And also whether or not they agree that that's the right thing to do in the current game meta.
Yeah. Eminence Raptors, they are quite new to the scene. One would peg them as the underdogs compared to RTZ Underank, which is quite strong within the League of Legends Wild Rift community within Malaysia itself, with multiple smaller groups, smaller teams under them to go in there for those competitive games. Do you think being a part of a big crew, a big community will boost them in any way? Or will the Eminence Raptors have that edge because they are the underdogs and nobody knows anything about them at the moment?
I think there's definitely an advantage to having more practice partners, right? We'll have to see. I wanna before we move too heavily into that, I do want to talk a little bit more about this series just because we do the replays up. And I want to talk about maybe the parts that we forgot in our later stages. Look at how Momo plays these fights. Look at Momo's Kai'Sa. Literally every single team fight, you can watch Momo just streaking across and defining the entire game. I need to see that reflected as well, and that respected as well. Right now, in my opinion, I'm going to say this now before we get into the next series so I can look very smart. I think Alistair and Kai'Sa is the best bottom lane ever. And if you can get an Alistair Kai'Sa bottom lane, you will win your game. Provided everything else doesn't go wrong.
Let's see if or not that works out, right? Because the next showdown that we are about to see, I am not expecting to see, Geek Fam as well as Sem9 level, gameplay as well as strategy being brought out. But at the same time, Eminence Raptors, they have taken such a interesting route and they've made their way up here thus far, right? Because who did they go ahead to beat? They beat Aros 2-0. They beat Noxian 1-0. Thus far, they've kept a clean record. I mean, when you take a look at RTZ Underank, on the other hand, they managed to beat a squad like Toda to step into the house. Yes, they were kind of slain by Bajaya Dragons, 3-0, but I think Bajaya Dragons we'll come to Bajaya later on, TJ. But to take on Toda and to slay them and to come to this stage, I think that in itself kind of gives them a little bit of credit and an upper hand here, no?
It does. My last exposure to RTZ Underank was them losing to Bajaya Dragons, though, right? So that is the framing from which I'm approaching this. And we're gonna have to see if they can maybe earn some redemption from that error in our last broadcast tournament, as they will have a second chance to qualify when we come back from this lightning fast break. Game number 2, semi-final number 2, qualification ticket number 2 will be coming up after this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before you go anywhere though, JBL Quantum, your number one choice. Just like what we've said, TJ, they went in there with the scaling gameplay. They didn't hop in to slay the Baron Nashor with their audio the moment Wild Rift came out, all right? They did their research and they go in here with all of that knowledge and backup. Because when you do step in and you want absolute perfect audio quality, who else do you go in and pick?
Well, I can tell you where I go. I go to jbl.com.my to find out more information about the new JBL Quantum Series headsets. And also, I pull out my phone right now and make sure I've opened the Udo app so that I can scan this QR code and get 5 gigabytes of free data. You can download the Udo app on your phone of choice, and then I've got a phone as well. And then you scan that QR code and you get 5 gigabytes of free data on us. We're going to go to a break. We promised that next match. We promised that next series. We will come back with another qualification slot for the Icon series, and you won't want to miss it. 5 minutes away. Don't tune out now.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean our throat.
nice. Alright, go, go, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong. I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer. Yeah, holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer. Yeah, holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And if the Mustachio does not mess up again, this time we will have our second series with the one and only TJ and the Mustachio AJ here to rock the stage. Brought to you by ESL. This is the mobile Open. TJ, with the match that you have seen thus far between Geek Fam as well as Sem9, how do you feel about today thus far?
I mean, this has been one of my favorite tournaments yet in Wild Rift. I feel like that last game that we just saw was maybe the highest level gameplay I've seen yet in Wild Rift. And I've seen much more, I've seen much more clean gameplay. Europe is playing much slower, much calmer, but I'm not convinced that that's better. Because what we saw in Game 3 of that series specifically, where we did get driven to that Game 4, where the Geek Fam did get taken down, gave me a moment of insight into this kind of high, very volatile, quick assassin play that I don't think any other region is playing. I want to see more of that very, very reliant on assassin, very, very reliant on mechanics playstyle that Southeast Asia kind of has the monopoly on.
And let's see if or not, which play style will be better, because eventually, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these champions will clash. Eminence Raptors taking on RTZ. You've got Steezy, Sinbad, Eros, Fluffy, as well as Kids stepping in here for the ER squad DJ today.
Yeah, and I don't know very much about Eminence Raptors except for the record. And they took down one of the teams that played in our tournament last week, one of the teams that didn't qualify but looked pretty good last week. Eminence Raptors were able to blast through them to get here.
Whether that blasting through is enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because RTZ, when they step into the fray later on, will be looking to put the underdogs or the under Raptors out of commission. Are we going to be able to see RTZ get that done as they step into the Rivet? Rats, Oval, Poignards, Crown, as well as Shag. RTZ Underank will be attempting to pull it away. Can they take a 3-0? Can we still get a donut though, DJ? I want to see one, man.
What I was impressed by when we saw this team play last time was I thought OWO in the jungle was playing very, very well. Also has a great name. Combination of those two factors. And Crown as an AD carry. I think those are going to be the strengths of this team. If we can see the team play towards Crown, boost them out ahead, enable Crown to be a hard carry for the team, that looks good. If we can see OWO step up in the way they did previously, well, we've already seen some jungle dominant games today. That's always a win condition.
Lee Sin, Wukong, I bet, for me, these two are the best junglers within the game, right? And we've seen them in action already. Can we see them in action one again? Because like you mentioned, right, Ovo, if he can step into that jungle with a Wukong, I'm excited already to see that action.
I think Ovo, so here's a fun fact for you. In Europe, we're really big into Shyvana. And nobody in Southeast Asia has been playing Shyvana. Not just across this tournament, but also across previous tournaments. So I don't know. Maybe keep your eye on that. OWO didn't play a whole lot of Shyvana.
Yeah, maybe it's a sentiment because Sun Wukong, right? If I'm not mistaken, he's the god of cloud. I'll go do my research and then I'll come back. Maybe that's why Asians like.
Yes, there's mythology tied to it. Yes, we can get into that. No, maybe you're onto something. Shyvana, I think, would be fun to see here. Has fallen a little out of matter recently, though. So, as with many things, I think actually Europe's just wrong. Let's talk about this draft. Katarina and Corki hitting the ban list. I said last series I wasn't sure how I would rate Katarina. I now know. I saw an insane Katarina. I rate Katarina very highly if played effectively. And Poignards was a scary mid laner during the series. RTZ lost during the last Open Qualifier. We also have Akali and Camille, the two strongest top laners, 1-2, getting banned out. What this leaves in the pool, Alistar, Lee Sin. Neither of those are our first cycle picks. Instead, we get Fiora as the first pick. Kai'Sa does come through. I think she is the most powerful AD carry. Happy she's a one pick for the red side, but you get the Gragas as well, and not too firm on that.
Yeah, so where do you bet the Gragas will be dropping into though? He should be going into the jungle, I believe. But taking on Wukong later on, I don't know how that's going to work out.
The thing about Gragas is he's played jungle, top, support, and occasionally mid. So I don't know.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see Gragas go in there and toss up that jungle, man.
I'd bet support. That would be my bet, especially as we have Vi and Ziggs coming through. My suspicion is you're going to see the Ziggs thrown mid, Vi in there, and we're just waiting on a top laner against that Fiora.
There you go.
And it will be a Garen, which is interesting. I can get into that in a moment. On the opposite side, you do have Xayah, who I think is one of the most powerful AD carries in the game, alongside a Braum in a combination I don't actually like very much. And we get Ahri and Wukong as well for some assassination potential. Overall, Eminence Raptors, their draft is built around this Braum-Xayah combo. Their draft is built around Fluffy and Kids kind of being the front line and the stable force. And then you have that Ahri, the Wukong from Sinbad and Arrows dancing around it. On the opposite side, I feel like it's a little more traditional. You can use that Kai'Sa, you know, as you use a Kai'Sa and everything else plays to it, with the Ziggs Kai'Sa being a 1-2 backline.
Okay, so I wanted the Wukong to drop into Ovo's hands, but it looks like Sinbad wants to go in here and get down and dirty. I'm interested to see exactly who takes that number 1 match, because if you give it to me, RTZ Underank looks like the team with the slightly better chance based on the picks thus far. Hopefully, you know,
yes.
We can be proven wrong by the ER squad.
I would give RTZ the draft advantage right now, but Eminence Raptors, who I keep calling Eminence Raptors, which is part of a roof and not at all the right thing, do have a Xayah. And I'm very interested in how a Xayah plays out during this game, because I do rate Xayah as one of the best AD carries. The only reason I don't think Xayah is the best AD carry is because Kai'Sa typically works better with a team. What Xayah does in lane, though, is outrange almost everything. She's a lane terror. So if we see a strong start to this Xayah, that could be enough to just end the game.
Okay, they will go in here for the red buff real quick, and it is oh sorry, it's not the red buff. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There's the red buff right there above them as Shanks and Crown goes in here to demolish a couple of minions right there in front of them. Eros will step up just to see if the defense can be laid out, as well as a few takedowns of minions right in front of Eros. The backup will come through as well as Wukong drops back into the mid lane just to see if or not a group fight is gonna, you know, kick off. But everything seems to be fine and dandy as they try to scale up early in the game. DJ.
This is something actually really cool happening down in the bot lane. So I was talking about why I thought Xayah was the best laning AD carry. Part of that is because Xayah has such long range. But they're playing into Ziggs, who is maybe equally long ranged. And that means that the Ziggs is just wave clearing, and the Xayah is just wave clearing, and neither of them are achieving anything.
Oh, and I believe the battle up top, Rats is about to get taken down, but Steezy moves away because the turret will provide just enough defense as well as pose an imminent threat. Both teams playing it safe and playing it well, I would say, TJ.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was a dead Garen. The riposte was perfectly timed. You get a stun if the enemy uses a CC ability into the riposte. And yeah, I mean, it was very well played. Fiora 1v1.
Once again.
Just didn't have the damage, couldn't access it. Fiora gets really, really easy to play once you hit mid-game because you max the dash first. And when you can just dash around constantly, you can pop all of the various vital points incredibly quickly. But when your dash is on a really long cooldown, as is the case during early game, it's oftentimes very difficult to close out kills, so you can expect that Fiora to ramp up a little bit.
Okay, so excited to see that towards the mid-game. Oh, Silence and Rats goes in here for the slice, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Will this fight eventually end up with the first blood of the game? Neither one wants to play that game, and Rats will back away towards his turret. Steezy just being lured in, but will back away in the nick of time. And both squads, as they play this safe, Steezy, I expected Steezy to make that mistake earlier, you know, TJ, but, you know, that pulling away at that right point of time saves, and that'll happen yet again.
Fluffy in trouble here, will be kiting away, drops the Pepperfoot Storm to stay alive though, and it is perfect! They decimate the front lines and are able to grab Shanks and Owo. It may get worse. Crowns and Poignards just have to run away. They trade 2 for 1. Sinbad down, but RTZ lose 2 in answer.
Yeah, I mean, well played by both squads. Poignard, as he pulled away from that situation, he was wishing to take at least one more hit, right? Because Rats, he could not tank anymore for his squad. But the duo play at that bot lane, like you've pointed out thus far, has been so interesting. But it's a stalemate thus far. They need to bring something else in here. And I think the appearance of the first Drake might just throw this game into chaos at that bot lane.
I'm gonna hold this because I keep feeling like Steezy's about to blow that top lane wide open. We saw the other power of Xayah here. The other reason I think Xayah is one of the best AD carries in the game, and that is Featherstorm. Featherstorm is very, very powerful in League of Legends PC. It's that little moment of invulnerability where the Xayah flies up in the air before hurtling back down to earth armed with sharp feathers. But if you are doing it in Wild Rift, it's so much more important because characters move so much faster. You absolutely benefit, you know, twice as much from that little bit of defensive ability.
Ooh, and they managed to steal away the Ocean Drake. How is that even possible, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? RTZ Underank on the spot at the first place as they go back in there. It is the Eminence Raptors that gets the double kill as well. It's a freaking killing spree, TJ.
Steezy got 3 in that fight and they are looking for more. Penards should be able to disengage. Alright, it's Fiora tutorial time. I'm sorry, I'm going to talk through this because Fiora is one of my favorite characters. So the way she works, you can watch anyone that she's playing into will have what's called a vital point, this little highlighted axis on one of their 4 sides. And if Fiora hits that, she gets bonus damage. So what you want to be doing is running around people, positioning correctly to get the maximum amount of damage most efficiently. And the way Steezy weaved and passed through that fight is the best example of how to play Fiora in a team fight I have ever seen. That was just literally perfect Fiora play.
Yeah, you were talking about Fiora kind of just rising up to the occasion halfway through the game, but I don't think Steezy wants to wait that long. He wants to get it done, and he wants to get it done right now.
If you end the game at 10 minutes, 5 minutes is halfway through the game.
Fair enough, my man. Fair enough. It's Crown
Gotta go
Shanks.
fast. Gotta believe in yourself, AJ.
And the Rift Herald in the scenario here, Sinbad just waiting for the opportunity to jump out. Yeah! And there you go. The fight breaks out. It's a 3-on-2 situation, and Sinbad gonna get taken out of it just like that. Eros, what can she do? Drops in with a opportunity to slay, but Eros as well gonna get taken out of this equation. Oh no, backs away just in the nick of time, TJ.
Shanks burning flash belly slam there for a very slick Gragas engage. That is incredibly difficult to buffer on Wild Rift because you need to cast the belly slam, then the flash halfway through. It is very tight framing and incredibly difficult mechanics. And Shanks just nails it. Belly slam, flash, easy kill.
And coming back to the tactical abilities.
Show me this.
Right?
Oh no. This is the boring team fight where Steezy just absolutely annihilates 3 players. Pops the ulti there to get the healing. Manages to find the 3rd kill on a dash to the vital point directly.
Eminence Raptors, I don't feel like they started off really strong. And when RTZ Underank were going in for the Ocean Drake initially, the steal was what broke RTZ. And if Eminence can actually continue this, the underdogs of this match might just pull the win away. But it's just still so early to make that call. Shanks Crown going in here. They might be able to take this turret down, but here comes that backup. And I don't think it's gonna be for long because it's a 4-on-3 situation. And this is
easy.
RJ,
for the kill. Deeping, dive deep onto Crown. Will find the kill. And that gives healing as well because of the ultimate. Out of GA comes the enemy jungler, but Crown and Woe will both be looking at grey screens here. And that's going to open up the Rift Herald. Eminence Raptors turn instantly towards the objective, playing like a well-oiled machine.
Come on, Eminence Raptors picking up the Rift Herald as well, but it is the red team that gets turret number 1. So which side do you pick? Do you want the Rift Herald? Do you want to go in there for, turret number 1? I don't think it makes much of a difference to Eminence Raptors at the moment. They bring out the Rift Herald and they want to go in and knock down that top turret, and that's exactly what they will do as they open their barrage up top. The bot lane is going to get a little bit more busy once again.
Yeah, Rift Herald is being sat on here. That's the most curious part of this to me. What do you spend it for? Obviously this Drake. but I'm not sure they have the map control to make that happen.
Yeah, I believe that was pulled out a little bit too early. Miscommunication, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as another battle breaks out.
Deep dive in from the Cyclone will find opportunities. The backline's still up. Fluffy and Steezy diving forward. Steezy with the repo stun denies the belly slam. And that finds the stun. That turns the fight. 3 for 2. Low HP though on Fluffy and his teammates. Fluffy needs to be the hero here on the front lines. And as they lose the turret, they absolutely must be able to get a Drake for this. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Eminence Raptors are even going to try. It's a little too risky, so Steezy will instead trade turret for turret down in the bot lane, and that will be all. And I would like to acknowledge AJ. You were absolutely right. They did spend this Rift Herald on the top side, whilst I was writing in my notes. I apologize.
Yeah, not a worry, man. But pulling out the Rift Herald there, I thought they might go in for a distraction gameplay on the other end. But I guess the damage was just enough because bye-bye Mr. Turret, right? 2 apiece with 1 Drake on Eminence Raptors' side. They've already shown that they are able to control the pace of this game. RTZ Underank, they are not going to be too happy about that at all. But can they make that fight back in here? 2K goal, difference between them. It really doesn't make such a huge difference now, does it, TJ?
Yeah, well, that can be overcome. The team fight needs to be perfect. You do have Mega Inferno Bomb here. Could try and steal just with the ultimate, but they do not. Drake will be picked up successfully for Eminence Raptors, and the Cyclone finds Big Skunks again. It's going to be a deep backline dive from Steezy.
Steezy!
Just trying to lock down Olo. They've got the kill. Crown 1 HP. Crown dead as well. Now the stun off the repost. That is perfect. RTZ Underank are pushed back yet again. 3 players die, and only Fluffy goes down in response.
And once again, Steezy just making the difference in these team fights. Each and every single time he steps in there, he makes sure he goes in for at least 1 slay. Picking up 6 kills so far, he's just unstoppable, TJ.
And this is a very, very difficult character to play competitively because Fiora is not quite an assassin, not quite a teamfight character. She's a duelist. She does best in 1v1s. But consistently, due to good teamfight positioning, Steezy is being able to isolate 1v1s. In the middle of these crowded messes, Steezy is finding, okay, I can target this one individual player and nobody can interfere, and I will win this 1v1 over the course of, a little bit too much time for it to be considered an assassination. And what that's going to do is it's going to boost Steezy so far ahead. You're looking past the Death Stand's Trinity Force that's already been completed. As we complete what I believe is Force of Nature 3rd item, you are going to have such a fast and effective Fiora that it's going to be almost impossible to address her. She's going to have a little bit too much HP with that magic damage resist. Oh my lord, they are just going for this.
Oh, they absolutely are, but Shanks,
TP's
Crown,
in.
as well as Obo right there behind. Are they going to go in here for the steal?
It's a bait. There's ward on the other side, though, so RTZ don't fall for it. I love this, though. Eminence Raptors trying to force a 5v5 around the Baron. In the kind of maneuver you do not see outside of the PC game from teams that have played together for, years at this point. That's a really high-level maneuver there to try and force a team fight around the Baron.
Looks like that's exactly what is going to give them that advantage here. Being the underdogs, being the absolute unknown. They step in here and they surprise. Eminence Raptors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. RTZ Underank. I quite honestly thought RTZ had this in the bag, but Eminence is showing the exact opposite. They don't. If anything, it is the Eminence side that has got the control of the map, and the blue team's turret gets taken down. Eminence loses yet another. RTZ has been doing such great work with the turrets thus far, but is that going to make a difference, TJ?
Well, it is something to keep paying attention to, because as we go late, Kaiser and Ziggs are going to keep getting scarier and scarier, and Garen is going to keep getting tankier and tankier. If all things continue as they are, if Eminence aren't able to open this game up, I do actually think that RTZ probably outscale eventually if they can keep matching gold. Just because Kai'Sa is such a teamfight threat, and Ziggs, especially once they complete Rabadons, which should be like third or second item, will be able to just one-shot the squishier characters here.
Well, it's a 3-player push so far up mid, but we know exactly how this breaks down. It's a 4-player response coming in from RTZ. They don't want to let anything go to the Eminence Raptors anymore. Charmed! And Poignars will just jump out of there. Flashes away, and I don't think Eminence Raptors expected to let go of that prey, but the team fight is imminent, and it will break out any second now, TJ, as RTZ Underank comes back for that response.
They land another charm here. The poke out from Eros has been another huge part of why Eminence Raptors have controlled the game thus far. And there it gets them the Drake. RTZ seem to be aware of this though, and rather than fight for the Drake at a player disadvantage, at a map disadvantage, they are turning instantly onto the Baron, AJ.
This is so... Like, it reminds me of how Geek Fam went in there and took their matches, right? So much of confidence as they go in there and they push for those takedowns. Each and every single decision has turned out to be right, as Eminence Raptors just pushes the players from RTZ Underrank way back up in towards their own nexus. They have to hold such a far line down on defense, even though they've taken down 3 turrets. So, TJ, I don't know what sort of an effect they are bringing upon this game, because Eminence, they seem to be doing everything right.
Eminence are playing everything right. I don't want to count... Okay, Crown in trouble here. TP is behind him though, as 1 kill will be found. You have the Mega Inferno Bomb, denied by the riposte. Sleazy iframes it, dashes away, he gets the kill, and he gets away with it.
Oh, Steezy just stealing those goals on the way out as well. The absolute MVP in this round so far will back up to the base just to recover a little bit of health to come back into the game and do that damage that has just been inflicting upon those players of RTZ Underrank. And the fight for the Baron will once again continue as Eminence Raptors step back down in here.
Over by the Blast Cone in a 1v4, zoning for this Baron take. Crown is dead. Over the wall, deep dive in. Steals! Steals the Baron! Will they be able to get away with it? RTZ need to get out of here as quickly as they can. They have managed to shut down Sinbad. And I do not believe it. Steezy can't find anyone. RTZ get away scot-free.
He couldn't find anyone, but what a ballsy move that was. That was a solo 1 versus 4 attempt just to pull them away. I mean, but yet, no matter what Steezy tried, RTZ still managed to go in there for that steal. Does this make a difference though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We will find out as Baron Nashor has buffed those minions and the push down mid, Shanks as well as Crown as they invade that jungle. Once again, this is that replay, TJ.
Flashes out of that pit on like 1 HP. I do want to note the grand challenge, the ultimate from Steezy was on OWO. Like, Steezy knew exactly what the game plan was, and if Steezy kills OWO before they get into the pit, which they were only a couple of good, well-placed auto attacks away from doing, well, that doesn't happen. RTZ want to shut down Steezy, or at the very least get a turret. You know, they're playing the long game. Can they extend this game as long as possible?
The way they are turning this around, Eminence Raptors need to buckle up because RTZ is taking them in here for a ride. Eminence, they have been able to take away 3 Drakes thus far, but has that been enough? It's shown that it's just not, as Poignard, Shanks, Crown, and OWO come in here for the push. It's a full-on battle.
Glacial Fissure finds the knock-up. Steezy is instantly very low, but able to survive and indeed press forward as Shanks falls. Crown, 1 HP, diving through the top side, will drop into stasis. Steezy is finally zoned up, but will find the repost, and Rats cannot win this fight. Steezy is chasing everyone away. OWO and Shanks die for sure. Can Steezy find more? Dash over the wall is good pathing. Riposte is well timed, but Rats reads it, plays for the honey fruit, and gets all 3. Steezy is silenced, and now on the run. Will dash back through the Krugs and get the regen from it. He is so damn good.
Oh, so damn good is an understatement. How do you get away that fast using those flashes at those right moment? And not only at the right moment, but the getaway gameplay was perfect, right? I mean, he flashes across, making sure that, you know, he will not be able to be pursued. And that's about it. Steezy is the MVP even before the game ends, ladies. Okay, wait, maybe we can't say that because Fluffy, as he continues to rake those kills up,
our producer I would kill us. We're not allowed to award the MVP. Okay. I want to highlight this though, because RTZ are not losing anything by definition from that engagement. The longer this game goes, RTZ still have the Ziggs, they still have the Kai'Sa. That still gets scarier. And I feel every, you know, momentary extension is a win. But at this point, their bluff is kind of going to be cool, because if Eminence Raptors get the Elder Drake, with 3 Drakes already in their pocket, they get so much true damage, it is basically impossible for RTZ to win. So they have made this runway as long as possible, but now the play needs to take off or crash into the ocean.
Will they go in for Baron Nashor once again, though? Because if they focus in on the Drake, you know for a fact RTZ will be attempting the takedown on Baron. But let's see exactly how the cookie crumbles, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the players from Eminence Raptors drop back in here, and they want to say, hello, hello, my little dragon.
Yeah, Eminence Raptors have to know this as well, but they're aware that at this point, you know, maybe you don't win a 5v5 team fight. And so they're not willing to start the Drake early. RTZ have enough vision around the Drake that they know Eminence haven't started the Drake. And so they can play safe and defensive inside the jungle. They don't want to start a fight any sooner than they have to.
Scuttle Crab taken down first, just to give them a little bit of boost on that view. And they're playing this so carefully. They are waiting for those players from RTZ to come in here for the steal. They are already anticipating it. They don't want to go in and engage the Drake first off. They want to see exactly what RTZ wants to play, and then they want to make their call. But I don't think this waiting game is going to pay them or, you know, give them any benefits in this round or at this point.
Yeah, I would love to have a look at the items right now. I really want to know what is available for Penards. Over across the entire map, this is just slowed down as you were talking about. Steezy will press forward. He's still the biggest threat here.
The biggest threat in terms of those plays, and the biggest threat to those turrets as well. He's gone in there, soloed out 2 turrets on, you know, the solo lane as well as the duo down.
If you let Steezy kind of stay alone at the side of this map, they will just win. That's what Fiora is built to do.
Yeah. As they go in here, and they will go in for a full-on push. It is a 3-player push together with Fluffy, Sinbad, and Kids, and still not touching the Drake at all. Talk to me, TJ. What's their game plan here based on their movements?
Okay, so this could have been an opportunity because Steezy did just force it back. Steezy forced Shanks to recall and be that second man defending the base. And that should have been an opportunity for Eminence Raptors. I don't know if they had the vision. And that is a combination of a failure to get aggressive vision into the enemy jungle and also good play from Shanks to not expose himself to vision here in the top lane. Well, if Rats dies, this is over.
Yeah, man, Steezy just going in there for that slay, but will back away just for a moment. Is he gonna go in for that final takedown, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because just before backing away, Steezy did see that backup come through. But right now, it is just a one-on-one situation. So it's not gonna be so much to take Garen out of that equation. And if that happens, you know Steezy's gonna go in for that final turret down on that solo lane. And once that happens, DJ, it might just be game over.
This is so awkward, AJ. We're just going here, and there is absolutely nothing getting achieved on the map. Yeah. At least until Steezy returns to lane. If RTZ play this well, they collapse onto Steezy. They take advantage of the fact that Eminence Raptors are playing so cowardly. I would love to see that, but instead Steezy pops the grand challenge into the 1v1, gets the regen, all 4 stacks. Rats may be dead. If he is, this game's over. But no, Rats stays alive. The reinforcements are here. The collapse I asked for arrives, and nobody dies, AJ. Thus, we shall continue.
Oh, Steezy, my man, you've got yourself a new fan. What a flash out of trouble. He committed to that all the way, DJ, and when the backup just came, Steezy was out of there in a blink of an eye, and you just cannot touch this guy.
Yeah, Fed Fiora does that. I also believe they did complete Force of Nature, which of course gives you a speed boost every time you're targeted with an ability. So if you pop the repos at the right time, you know, you get that invulnerability, like 4 abilities hit you, and you come out the other side with insane speed. Well, we've seen it a couple of times. Steezy gets away from nonsense he should not be able to.
Absolutely.
Step
not,
forward
man.
here.
And if Steezy actually goes in here, and that's all I'm focusing on. He needs
Grand
to take
challenge
Rats
again.
out. Once Rats goes down,
Rats
it's game over.
Rats pops the Gargoyle Stone Plate there and needs to reset, and Eminence Raptors finally pull the trigger. They say, okay, we are going. TP will be coming in to this fight. Steezy is here, zoning from Sinbad. Half HP on the Elder Drake. Dives in. He's too early. Elder's not low. Gets so much shielded. It's stolen away! It's stolen away! Not by but by Rats! And RTZ turns the fight in the pit. A deep dive over the wall. Fluffy's the last player as you get knocked into GA. Arrows drops into stasis. He will be cleaned up. Trying to kite back. The charm finds one, but it is not enough. After 25 minutes, RTZ win their fight.
and you've got just one player still alive, and who is that, man? It's the one and only Steezy, level 15 already. He is all out to get Shanks out of this situation, but Shanks flashes away and Steezy is left alone. Their middle turret right now getting taken down. That's the final defense before the Nexus gets open, and this might just be all over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, RTZ Underank will eliminate Eminence Raptors from match number 1 with the turnaround. And when did they manage to turn that around? Because there was a stalemate for a moment there, TJ. And Eminence Raptors just did not want to pull the trigger. RTZ pulled the exact same, call as well. They didn't want to pull the trigger. They were waiting for that one moment. And what was that moment? For the steal. Multi-steals in this game, and RTZ showing Eminence exactly how to get it done.
Well, I want to be clear because it's complicated. One, I genuinely don't know how that steal happens because Rats got it. It wasn't a smite steal. It was Rats somehow managing to get that steal. I could not describe it. But also, RTZ were very right to accept that stalemate. And this was the problem. RTZ, the whole time that like 15 minutes of nothing happening is going on, RTZ are winning. By default, their composition gets stronger, and Eminence Raptors does not. You see Poinards towards the end of that game, Rabadons came through 3rd item, I was watching that, and then they just kept going. Void Staff for the Magic Pen. You see that final team fight, Poinards is just throwing damage in and obliterating people. You get a full build Crown as well, literally full build. What? Look at the damage from Poinards and Crown. That is what Eminence Raptors gave RTZ by waiting 20 minutes or so to finally pull the trigger on that Elder Drake. That is why they should have taken the risk, at the 15-minute mark. Because sure, it's still a risk, but at no point during the game will it be less of a risk. If RTZ don't make a silly mistake, it's always going to be harder and harder as the game goes on, because that Ziggs, that Kai'Sa are going to keep getting bigger, and your team, not so much.
I mean, Steezy pulling away that 42k damage. If that monster got a little bit more opportunity on that solo lane, I mean, Eminence Raptors were just this close to that victory. I don't know what made them hold on to that stalemate. They didn't go up and help Steezy at all. Steezy was on a one-man mission to take down turrets. Steezy was on a one-man mission to back the squad up, to drop into situations, and at the same time, hold his lane and get his job done. Do I want to pin this on the rest of this? Yeah.
Right, but Steezy is fulfilling their role there. That is what
Yeah.
Fiora is supposed to do, is I'm going to play in the side lane and it'll be so distracting that your team cannot accomplish anything else on the map. The problem is, there were multiple times where Steezy had successfully drawn focus and there wasn't a follow-up. I want to get more into this, and that's why we got some post-match analysis coming up in a moment. Before then, though, we're going to head to a lightning-fast break. We've got more games, more analysis, all after this.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif Gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky dan bukan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause us, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hood is right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? 'Cause I'm feeling mine.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif Gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky dan bukan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to I don't know, man. What I saw was an absolute surprise. This is League of Legends Wild Rift with the one and only TJ and AJ bringing you all of the action. I did not expect that victory.
No, and I'm with you. I don't entirely know what I just watched either. Parts of it make sense. Parts of it check out. You have a Fiora split laning, and your team isn't taking advantage of that. You're playing into a Ziggs. That Ziggs keeps getting bigger. You eventually lose. That part makes sense in my head. The part that doesn't make sense to me, the part that threw me off guard, is Rats, the one who stole that Drake and saved the game, did so with just, I believe, Garen's AoE spin. I went back, I pulled up the Twitch VOD, I was watching it on the stream, and as best as I can tell, the Garen's just in that team fight spinning and randomly steals the Drake because of it. Both smites from both junglers missed.
And I was just disappointed that, they didn't take advantage of that split push, right? The hold for, the Drake was just way too long, and I believe that's exactly where it's even hard to say that RTZ took advantage of the situation, because RTZ themselves were like, okay, we're gonna wait this out and see how long this goes on for. And finally with the decision,
I'm jumping the gun here, but I do think, like, that, to be fair to RTZ, that is them taking advantage of the situation. Correct. If you're playing a composition that is going to scale, and the other team is like, hey, do you want to scale? You can say, yeah, sure, I'd love to do that. Here's your highlight reel. This is not going to do justice to the, 15 minutes we spent doing nothing. But it is going to do justice to one man. His name's Steezy.
And I don't feel like, he'll be happy with that loss at all, because after everything that he did, picking up those skills, picking up those goals for his squad, dude, the way they just wasted that split was just so disappointing. Then again, even if, Eminence Raptors had gone in for the Drake a little bit earlier, there's no saying that RTZ couldn't have just done this earlier,
I forgot about this one. In everything else that happened, I forgot about OO randomly stealing the Baron.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the ulti. All right. Rats does ult the Elder Drake, and that makes a little more sense to me. Thank God. I legitimately thought he got it with the AoE spin, and that's like 15 damage even that late in the game, and I was very upset.
Okay, so let's see whether or not the Eminence Raptors can come in here once it... Because, I don't know, maybe I'm just too dumb for this game, right, TJ? Because I really thought with the way Eminence Raptors... Because I thought it was a sure-on win with the way Eminence Raptors were pushing it. Then again, the turrets that were being taken down by RTZ were super strong. And like you mentioned, right, it's all about what they choose to do in that situation. And I just wish Eminence had been slightly more aggressive, slightly more confident with their pushes.
Well, you're right in that it was a surefire win the way Eminence Raptors were pushing it. The problem is they then stopped pushing it. And there are a couple of moments, I believe there are specifically two, during that 10-minute lull state, we call it in League of Legends, where Steezy is pushing the top side and he draws two people to his side to defend against his pressure. There was one where Steezy had 4 people up on this top side to defend against his pressure.
Correct.
And if you see that on your minimap, you are never going to get a better opportunity to close out the game than right then. It is never going to get better. You don't want to take a 5v5 team fight with Fiora, because Fiora doesn't do great in late game 5v5 team fights. You want to take the team fight with the Fiora distracting 4 people on the top side of the map. And they didn't take advantage of it. You roam up to save Steezy in one of those cases. I don't entirely know what they did with the first opportunity. They just didn't go for the Elder Drake. Just overall, kind of disappointing for Eminence Raptors, it has to be said. It is also, to be fair, the kind of mistake you make when League of Legends Wild Rift is brand new. These teams are brand new. We're still ironing out the kinks. We'll have to see if Eminence Raptors can kind of bounce back for that in game number 2, which is where we're headed, immediately after this.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the final series. Well, technically, we just have 2 series, but it's Wild Rift, man. It goes on for quite a while. RTZ Underank faces off with Eminence Raptors. And thus far, things have been quite surprising. With the one and only TJ as well as AJ to bring you the action. This is the Mobile Open brought to you by ESL. TJ, do you think Eminence Raptors will be able to take it back after this? Like we discussed during the break, they obviously will be quite tilted at the moment after what just happened. But is that going to make or break the next match?
Well, I mean, like we said during the break, there's kind of 2 different competitive mindsets that we could see here. And I've seen them both, you know, on LAN in every stage of competitive play. You either have a game like that, where you very nearly win and you screw up at the very last moment, and you come out of it thinking, damn, we should have won that, damn, we can win these, we're going to come into game number 2, we're going to smash it, we're going to close out the series. Or you have a game like that where you crack at the very last moment, and you go, damn, we should have won that, and you spend the rest of the time arguing and nothing gets done, and you're tilted off the face of the planet, and you lose every game from here on out.
And I'm hoping that does not happen to Eminence Raptors, because what they have shown us thus far is, or at least at the start of the game, is they can really, really push League of Legends Wild Rift. And I like I said, I saw a little bit of, you know, the essence of Geek Fam within themselves with some of those moves as they pulled off early on in the game. But here comes the bans though, TJ. Walk us through this, and here's what I want to see, right? Whether or not Steezy will come in and rampage once again.
No. Check out that very first ban from RTZ. They have zero interest in allowing a Fiora to be played ever again.
Yeah. But here's the kicker, right? In order to control Fiora the way Steezy did, he's obviously a highly, skilled player in League of Legends Wild Rift. Any players, you throw a Kali into Steezy's hands, maybe, but don't get fooled just yet though, TJ. They can throw things quite a bit.
He's got a Kali. No notes needed. They gave Steezy a Kali. The most powerful top laner into the best performing top laner we've seen. Like, that should just be game ending, honestly. A little bit of hyperbole, but I do honestly feel that's going to very much define this next game. I'm still looking for a tank over on Eminence Raptors, as they do get the Wukong for mid. They have another assassin in mid, and for the Ahri, which did play well. Eros had a very good Ahri last game. RTZ grabbed themselves a Kai'Sa Braum. They've got the Ziggs for scaling again. This also feels very similar. Kind of a run back. RTZ say, hey, it worked. Let's not think too much about how it worked. Oh, Jinx, I like this.
Jinx going to be dropping into the duo, and Lulu probably going to be pulled in. Lulu as well. Okay, TJ. So, Eminence Raptors might just be going in here for the finisher. Okay, wait, technically it's still catch up, right? 1 equal if they do manage to pull this off. But hopefully they can fire, man, and not just start things off great.
Yeah, I actually like both these drafts a lot. So, Eminence Raptors, with the Jinx, they're going to be able to keep track of basically any game state. The Jinx will scale into any game state. Very powerful as the game goes on. Very powerful early if you can get her off to a good start. And what the Lulu does, Lulu is not a traditional tank, but in Wild Rift, Lulu is very, very good at enabling, especially Jinx, because she can follow through on any play with attack speed and with the wild growth. And the wild growth will take any unit, anyone who's doing well in a team fight, and make them your tank. So if Steezy dives the back lines, gets 2 kills, is in trouble, spend the wild growth, make him huge, give him a free stun, give him extra HP bars. It's a very flexible approach to this game, and I think I really like it. And then on the other side, RTZ also respond very consciously to what's going wrong. I very much like them going, okay, the core of this draft worked. What went wrong was the fact that Steezy was able to take over the entire game. Let's draft our best counter into that. Darius into Akali is a very safe pick. The Darius is going to be very difficult for the Akali to earn a lane advantage over early. That can still get messy. Akali is very good at generating leads out of team fights. So pay attention to the first couple of team fights, whether or not Steezy is able to just, like, get 3 kills and blow the game open.
I just can't help but, ask this question, right? And TJ, once again, this is only coming out because Mustachio is still a baby in the Rift. What was the probability of, someone else handling Wukong earlier? Sinbad was the, Wukong player. If he had just gone in there to the solo lane and helped out a little bit with that Garen, do you think, the way that match number 1 turned out could have been slightly different?
And yeah, okay, I'm gonna maybe hold this examination because we do have OO diving very early. Crown gets the red buff. I don't know whether or not that was the plan. OO burned the smite for it, and Crown managed to get the red buff, but that'll be fine. It'll just be a pretty scary early Kai'Sa. Okay, so to answer your question, that's like one of those things that's really scary, because if you put Sinbad over in the top lane, then you don't have a jungler on the Drake itself. So at that point, you basically can't fight the Drake because you don't have a smite, and you may as well rotate the entire team up top. Now, I think that would be a better option.
Oh, the Slay on Ari there was just a little too spicy, and Eros not gonna like that at all, but still so early in the game, TJ. Eros is right back up in here for the fight, but the first blood getting taken by RTZ Underank, and I don't know if that's just gonna give them a boost of adrenaline here in this match.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't think for a second that Eros was going to go down there because Eros had Flash, had everything.
Yeah.
But, you know, too early on to have all the extra dashes, and it makes all the difference there. As Eminence Raptors lose Eros, who again was a huge part of the team fighting. I think that's notable. RTZ lost a lot of the team fighting, yes, because of Steezy, but also because Eros was such an anchor in terms of just sustained damage.
Okay, so Fluffy has been going in here and farming to quite a perfect situation there, down there at the duo lane, and I don't think the challenge is coming in from RTZ Underank at all. They want to focus on the top lane. They want to take Steezy out of the equation, but Rats here are going to be in trouble. Backs away in the nick of time. Steezy does not get to steal that kill, but the pressure is still on. A 3-on-1 situation is on the way, TJ. Keep calling you RJ.
Steezy has ult. Just hit 5. I was so ready for them to full commit to that.
Yeah. and they don't go in for it, but RTZ Underank, if anything, their patience as well as their call for when to move in for those takedowns has clearly been right so far. They've proved it once. They've proven it once. Can they prove it once again? Eminence Raptors, They made it look like it was all their game to take home, and RTZ just pulled the rug out from under their feet. If they can do it once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or maybe in a slightly more convincing factor this time, well, the other squads may just know who to look out for. Steezy once again on the fight with Rats, and this time it's going to be a one-on-one situation with Steezy being held back up. And this battle is going to go on for quite a while unless that backup comes in here to kind of just influence them.
Ultimately, Steezy with a dive in again, challenging Rats. Yeah, you're right. This top lane is probably, as I said during the draft, it's probably impossible for Steezy to find the solo kill onto Rats. Probably being the optimal word, because he has gotten scarily close a couple of times here. But I also don't think it's worth RTZ's time to gank that lane, because it is so difficult to kill an Akalian lane. And of course you'd be drawing attention away from this Drake. I don't know that we'll have time. Remind me after this Drake fight to talk about the mid lane for RTZ.
Oh, absolutely, man. As RTZ steps in here right now with a 3-player push on the Mountain Drake. But look right behind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Lulu and Jinx, Fluffy, together with Kids. Eros on the count as well. Sinbad jumps in, and here comes the fight as the red team still manages to slay the Drake. Eminence Raptors will be wondering what went wrong. Eros on the chase right now. It's a 3-on-3 situation, and Ovo will almost get taken down before he flashes out of there.
Sinbad goes down in the pit. RTZ get the Drake. Nobody dies. A very, very good fight for RTZ. They take that any day of the week. And part of the reason why they have an advantage in the early game that does get leveraged there is because of their mid lane. I reminded myself. They have been playing kind of the style I've only seen here in Southeast Asia, where they're basically their mid lane is their bot lane. They're spending Shanks and Crown's time down this mid lane, pressuring into Eros. And that's the problem, is that Eminence Raptors aren't recognizing the fact that this mid lane is being run as a duo lane. And because of that, their own duo lane, which is still down here in bot lane, doesn't have as much map influence. Because they're just playing into really good wave clear from the Ziggs. Poinards, who was playing this lane until a second ago, is entirely capable of making sure that the turret doesn't take too much damage. And in the mid lane, Aros is just getting bullied.
And now Sinbad is going to be in a situation where he needs to get out of quick, but that stun will ensure the kill falls under the hands of RTZ Underank. Eros will back away as the oh, come on, man. To lose the turret in that way is going to be so painful. Eminence Raptors need to make a comeback in here. They are not doing too well at all.
Yeah, RTZ with a very clean top gank there. Again, leveraging their lane advantage where they earned it, bringing that duo lane all the way up towards the Baron side, because they know that's where the gold is. You can take a look at this Kai'Sa currently sitting at 6,000 gold for Crown. Like, that's huge. And they're very intelligently making Crown the focus of all of their efforts so that this scaling carry gets an early start.
Oh, an easy pick on the Rift Herald will just ensure that RTZ is probably just going to go in there, strut their stuff, and take yet another turret down. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just on that point, Eros Sinbad Kids almost took down that mid turret there. And RTZ Underank with the defense will do just enough as Poinards as well as Shanks comes back in. Eros will go in for that support, but nothing much happens. You know, the one difference, TJ, that I realized earlier, they were going in, and when I say they, I mean RTZ Underank, they consistently pushed that dragon lane for those kills. And when they made that move to put that pressure on Steezy, things kind of just changed around real quick. Maybe that's what they need to be focusing on.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not it is specifically the focus on Steezy. Like, I think it is more additive to RTZ because they, Azeros is in trouble here. I think they are being rewarded for their focus onto Crown more than anything else.
Okay, now as we step back in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Drake is not going to appear more than halfway through there. And therefore, RTZ Underank is going to go in here for the slice on Fluffy. As Fluffy will get taken out, the turret is going to be in trouble as well. But Poinards comes back in here.
Steezy can't make it happen. He gets so many people low and can't finish any of those kills. And actually, it's going to be 2, 3, 4 kills now over to RTZ Underranked. As Eros is the only survivor and the only kill they're able to close out from all those half and lower HP players. He's on to Shanks, the support.
Now, the Cloud Drake has spawned, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and you know exactly what that means. RTZ Underrank, who have just recalled themselves back to their base, are going to be coming back down here ever more ready to take the Drake on. But it is a 5-man push coming in from Eminence Raptors. They know the importance of this Drake, and they are going to put everything in. All chips on the table. The squad goes all in. Is this a right decision, TJ?
Dive in for the pit, for the steal. No! Secured by Eminence. Can they get away with it now? It is a full disengaged game. Steezy is gone. Poke in from the bottom side from Fluffy. Will not be committed to. RTZ only find 1 kill. Eminence do get the Drake. But RTZ are instantly interested in getting much more from this. They know there are resets from Eminence, and so they will summon the Rift Herald, so they will press forward, and so they will hook arrows forward, finding another. And that means they can keep this Rift Herald rolling. A dive in, 6 damage on the turret, 2 turrets down in the mid lane.
That's how you take down the turrets in the mid lane. Within 10 seconds, 2 turrets down. RTZ Underrank. They don't go in for the push, but when they do, TJ, it most probably is game over. Talk about a way of playing the game of patience and calling out the right moves.
And this is one of the things that Ziggs enables you to do. Because of how quickly Ziggs takes turrets, you just cannot make a mistake if you were Eminence Raptors in terms of map control. And to be clear, that was a mistake. The way Fluffy played the map there, not just Fluffy to be fair, but the entire bottom half of that team fight for Eminence Raptors, that successfully disconnects from the fight, successfully builds distance, and then recalls back to their fountain rather than defending the mid turrets, that's a mistake. And RTZ are able to take 2 turrets in the blink of an eye.
And
here's the fight that I was so convinced Steezy was going to be able to get anything from. And it's just a genuine tragedy. RTZ, keep rolling. Now 9 kills.
Yeah, TJ, so thus far, I guess we've gotten our answer as to what the previous, defeat, them getting tilted, how it's going to affect them in this game. And apparently, they just haven't recovered from the previous game. We do not see the flair from the Eminence Raptors. We don't see that aggression that they started off game number 1 in. And in game number 2, it has been RTZ from the get-go. And what a way they have gone in here and controlled the map. You see, earlier, Eminence kind of, really held the map down well, and yet they lost. With RTZ now getting the hold. Plus Baron Nashor. Oh, the steal might come through. Sinbad with the chase. Eros as well. RTZ backs away, baits them in, goes back in for that fight. And DJ, this might all be over for the Eminence Raptor squad.
CZ in the front lines. Oh, a 4-man knock-up from the Cyclone. Isn't enough. Wild Crook will be spent. CZ in the middle of like 3 players. Will only find 1. That might not be enough. Fluffy is kiting though. He'll find 2. Oh, around the side. Dive onto Fluffy, and Fluffy is down. A double kill for Fluffy evens up the odds. That charm from Eros may find more. Crown with 1 HP does eventually fall, and that is a team fight win for the Eminence Raptors.
Oh, and so lucky that they won that, right? Kids as well as Eros. Are they going to be able to come in here and continuously, bring in that positive change for the game? Eminence Raptors, they are on a catch-up gameplay. They've got 1 Drake equaled up. But look at that goal, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. With the 6K difference between those 2 squads, it might just bring the victory for RTZ Underank. As Eros as well as Sinbad right now go in. They want to take the Scuttler out to give them that extra vision. Baron Nashor might be in their sights. And if the Eminence Raptors do manage to take down Baron, I think things might just turn around. 22 seconds more. The Drake will spawn as well. This is going to be an interesting pick to see exactly what Eminence Raptors does now, TJ.
Yeah, this is going to be everything. Eminence Raptors did get an unlikely team fight, but they are still at a 6,000 gold deficit. A big reason why that fight gets won is because Crown is not able to achieve anything during it. So Eminence Raptors are looking at the board and they're saying, how do we equalize that gold deficit? What do we get on the map that can bring us back? And obviously the answer is Drakes. Obviously.
Steezy's gonna get caught out in the open here. The backstab. Oh, it doesn't go through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sorry, my apologies, buddy. I missaw that. He recalled himself back to the base. I thought he was hiding in the grass. As it is RTZ Underank. They go through. They slay the Ocean Drake as well as they pull a second for themselves. As the game just progresses, the scaling by RTZ Underank. If it was good in game number 1, it's damn solid in game number 2. Eminence Raptors, they were impressive in game number 1. They lost. Not so impressive in game number 2. I wonder what the result is going to be, TJ.
Yeah, I do want to be careful because it's not nearly as one-sided, right? Okay. Trouble here in the mid lane. Arrows will stay alive. Mega Inferno Bomb will be spent. Kids is barely alive through the shielding. Wild Growth spent as well defensively. Crown still finds the kill. There is so much damage on this Kai'Sa. Rats did go down in trade, though. The reason for that is because of Fluffy, and Fluffy's actually going to be able to step forward here as well and scare Poinards away. And that's what I was about to bring up. This Jinx is big, and this Jinx is going to keep getting scarier the longer this game goes on.
And Poinards, he is out of trouble's way, and he won't be smelling any of that for the time being. As we approach the Baron Nashor showdown, possibly Scuttler taken down by Steezy, setting up the pace maybe for the Eminence Raptor squad to come in here and say hello to Mr. Baron, but I don't think that's going to be that easy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at the midsection, the players from RTZ Underank piling up there as well. They're keeping an eye on Baron. TJ, You said it's not a very convincing side for RTZ. Eminence might be able to make that comeback. What is that point? What is that action that they need to call in here to make the difference, to make this seem like it's possible?
It's a Jinx team fight. It is Fluffy in a team fight being able to shred the front line. Or just get past. And if they can win a team fight where ideally Fluffy is shredding the front line, Steezy gets around the back, gets rid of Crown and Poinards, then the game is theirs to win. They are at a significant gold deficit, but their characters kind of even that out. I just worry, Poinards is already on 3rd item, that 3rd item being Rabadon's death cap. Like this is a very scary. This is a post-power spike Oh, and a dead Ziggs. As Skeezy doesn't wait for me to finish my sentence, does exactly what I'm explaining they need to do, and finds the assassination onto Point Arts.
And now, okay, that one takedown, is that going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as RTZ Underank goes in for the mid push all the way down. They need to take one more turret out, and if they are successful down mid, then the minions are going to get those buffs. And Eminence Raptors, I don't know, man, that comeback gameplay with each and every single passing second, it just looks like it's going to be more and more difficult by the second, right? Because like I mentioned, earlier in that game, they were so impressive. They kind of had the lead. They gave us the impression that they could take the win if they wanted to. In this scenario now, though, they just are not bringing out that flashy gameplay, that aggression that we saw so earlier. Sinbad, Fluffy, as well as Eros make their way down here into the Baron's lane. Into the Baron Nash's vicinity. The players from RTZ Underank are going to be making that approach as well, TJ.
Yeah, I don't imagine either team feels comfortable taking a fight. It is kind of ironically a little flipped. RTZ would benefit from forcing fights here. We'll see if they, have learned any lessons from game number 1.
Once again, in 10 seconds, the Drake will appear, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this time,
I have deja vu.
Are we going to see Eminence Raptors take it? It might just be equal. It might be a comeback gameplay in here for Eminence. But if RTZ manages to pull it away, this is the Elder Infernal Dragon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They cannot risk losing this. Eminence Raptors need to kind of invest everything into this Drake. Don't you think, TJ? Or do you think Baron Nashor will be the point of contention?
No, Elder is absolutely the most important thing on this map right now. I was just saying I had deja vu because Steezy's map positioning was like exactly the same. Oh, and I have deja vu because RTZ Underank are not forcing this Drake when they have the opportunity.
And are they going to be able to, show us that patience gameplay is the way to go?
It is on board, so Eminence know what's going on here. Steezy is so far away, though, all the way back. But RTZ gets scared off, and this Drake will reset.
Oh, and that's just not enough, right? Because here comes Eminence Raptors, and they might just be able to take
Steezy's distracting!
it.
Finally, he falls. Half HP on the Drake. A dive in. Glacial Vision to set things up. Double kill already picked up. Inside the pin. Sinbad trying to lock things down. The Drake.
What?
Oh, it is successfully picked up in the middle of all that. Sinbad even gets away. Eminence Raptors get the Elder Infernal, but they only have 2 players left on the map. So RTZ are just going to try and end.
Can't call yourself a legit jungler if you can't go in for the steal like what Sinbad just did, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they go in here for the push. This might just be it. And the super minions are on the way as RTZ Underank go in here for their second win of the day.
These games are an experience that is not good for my health. I'm trying to keep track. Arrows stole the Elder Drake, but then they lost because everyone died.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. Me being a baby in here, it seems so obvious, and the only reason why it seemed so obvious was because if Eminence Raptors were placing so much of early pressure in game number 1 and they still couldn't take that win, there was no way they could take it away from, RTZ Underank, who was so much more confident in game number 2. The pressure gameplay and the strats that they pulled out throughout that whole match was just close to perfection. And maybe Eminence Raptors are not up to par, you could say, for match number 2. But match number 1 really was a different state altogether. Hopefully in the next one, we can see them rise back up. Maybe you just might be able to see a donut here today, TJ.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this game is defined by Fluffy, or rather not defined by Fluffy. Not to put too much of the game on his head, because it was a very difficult game to be playing a very static AD carry, but the Jinx is supposed to be the carry of this composition. It's supposed to be the major damage dealer, and I bet If we flip over to the damage numbers, you will see that Fluffy did not deliver on that. I'm sure the damage is still there, but it's not going to be enough compared to Crown, who was absolutely shredding this game, compared to Point Arts, who scaled up into the late game carry. You can see that here. Arrows Fluffy, roughly the same, 19,000 damage, about what you expect from a losing team here. And on the opposite side, Crown and Point Arts are a couple thousand damage ahead, and they're doing all that behind a front line. That's the difference in compositions. You have Shanks, you have Rats, and if you look at the amount of damage those two players are able to soak up, that's going to make a pretty massive difference when it comes to front-to-back team fighting. Because sure, Eminence Raptors are maybe disproportionately providing damage for how much gold they have, but they need to extra disproportionately provide damage, because not only are they behind in gold, they're also inherently behind in HP because of their draft. The idea is that the Jinx makes up for that in raw stats, and they didn't.
Okay, so going in here this time, do you think the draft picks made the difference in that match for RTZ? And of course, at the same time for Eminence Raptors themselves?
No. I think I like both drafts. I don't think there's a... Okay. I like both drafts in theory. I have not been convinced by Fluffy's AD carry play.
Yeah.
Even if I'm looking at the draft and I'm saying, okay, this composition is a good composition, the composition being good and being good for your team are two different things. Maybe this is a team you start looking at and you start willfully playing towards Steezy, you start willfully playing towards that Baron lane. It is something you can do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will the Eminence Raptors be able to make a comeback in here, or will RTZ Underank show that they can go in Tapau Sapu Lichin? 3-0 possibility, we will know when we come back. More action from TJ as well as RJ at the Wild Rift right after a short break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky dan bukan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back, ladies, German boys and girls. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Udo, JBL, as well as Maggie Hot Cup. My name is AJ. People call me the Mustachio, down here with the one and only TJ to bring you the best of actions. And we are just one game away, probably, from a donut, TJ.
Yeah, you're saying that very hopefully, because of course, I assume you just want to eat a donut. I'm not entirely sure how the metaphor works, but right now, RTZ do manage to build a 2-0 lead in this series after a really astonishing game 1, and I kind of want to start there because that's where this whole thing comes from. Eminence Raptors, game number 1, pretty much dominate the entire time. They are controlling the game, and then they seem to forget that they're playing into a Ziggs. And around this Drake, the Elder Drake, they don't take aggressive action. The Elder continues to just sit there on the map while the Ziggs continues to scale. And they never really recovered from that, because they lose that game, and we come into game number 2. They too draft to scale in composition. So I'm thinking, okay, they can play the long game as well now, but they're on the back foot the entire time. They're playing defense the entire time, and that adds up to a game state where we reach late game, and maybe they could play in a different game where their carry had gold to a late game, but their carry didn't have gold. Their Jinx was behind, and we still haven't seen an Eminence Raptors side that looks confident during a late game series.
Okay, so Steezy has been so influential in game number 1. In game number 2, on the other hand, he wasn't that impressive, right? Do you expect him to make any sort of great impact in what might possibly be their final opportunity here if they keep playing this way?
If Steezy makes a great impact, it will not be their final opportunity. There's my prediction. Yes, so, like, this fight here is an example of how they want the team fight to go. You see Steezy draw a lot of focus, get rid of a lot of the backline damage, and then Fluffy walks forward and does a ton of damage. The fact that Fluffy walks, like, way too far forward and dies is indicative of the problems with this game, but you can see kind of how the composition is supposed to function. And I want to highlight that because here you can see how it doesn't function. So, if you want to run a composition like that again, the focus needs to not be on Steezy, but instead be on Fluffy, right?
Yeah.
And that affects things. If you are going to run a different composition where the focus is instead on Steezy, I almost think I like that more. Put Steezy on a carry, be it a Kali, be it something flashier, and pour gold, pour resources into that top lane. I'd buy that. I'd watch that video game.
Absolutely right. I mean, send in a backup when he needs it, because quite honestly, Steezy has been carrying the game for his squad for a while now. And if he continues to carry, his squad doesn't really need to go in there and assist him to do anything, because the guy not only does his own job well, he does other, players' jobs for them as well. They just need to go in and find those opportunities to tackle the Drake, because that's the exact, opening that he seems to be giving them again and again and again. And the patience gameplay that, the Eminence Raptors have been playing thus far hasn't been paying off for them, because RTZ plays the exact same game, and not once, not twice, many a times now, they managed to pull those steals away. So, and that was the biggest game changer in game number 1. The steals didn't really come much in game number 2, but once the confidence has been crushed, I guess Eminence Raptors is really finding it difficult to make a comeback here, TJ.
Yeah. Well, they'll need to figure something out. We are going to go to a lightning fast break, then we're going to come back with game number 3, which, yes, could be the final game of our evening, as unfortunately for Eminence Raptors, RTZ are 1 game away from locking in their ticket to the Icon Series. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Texas. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the Summer Super Cup, brought to you mainly by Maggie Hot Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is League of Legends Wild Rift, and the action being brought to you by the one and only TJ, as well as the Mustachio AJ and RTZ Underank. What a surprise it has been so far, TJ. based on match number 1, I didn't expect them to win, and now all of a sudden, I want them to hit a 3-0 run.
Yeah, RTZ Underank, if you weren't watching during the first Open Qualifier, or I suppose, maybe more importantly for the people that were, RTZ Underank didn't qualify and they didn't even look good during their first qualifier here. Coming into the second one, they start game 1. It doesn't look great either. Eminence Raptors take them 25 minutes deep, and they have to pull out a come from behind crazy steal to win. Then game 2, AJ, it looks easy.
A little too easy, right? And there's just one thing that I hope in here so far. If RTZ Underank is just this good and they are slightly better than this, I hope they don't try to hold back some strategies and show that they are not that much to be feared of and drag us down into game number 4, because it's also an opportunity to put all of the other teams on notice, right? To pull a 3-0 on Eminence Raptors. Then again, Eminence Raptors, the kind of quality they showed us in game number 1, clearly, with the backup of Steezy, they are going to be able to do some damage. Hopefully, they've been able to recover from that number 1 game, man.
Yeah, hopefully, because game number 1 was awfully rough. Here is your breakdown of the draft. We got rid of the Fiora again. That's a target ban against Steezy.
Yeah.
I hypothesized maybe we put Steezy on something a little more carry-heavy. And I'm interested by the choice of the Darius. Darius can be a carry, but only if they get a decent amount of gold early. And of course, it's going to be into the Akali. Akali normally struggles into Darius, as we did see during game number 1. So we will have to keep track of that. Steezy flipping the matchup. We do also get a Jarvan, which speaks of a lot of engage, especially with the Orianna of the Jarvan-Orianna combo. And normally you round that out with an Alistar. We don't get that. So the Jarvan-Orianna combo will be there for the front lines, and then they're going to put a Vayne Lulu behind it, with the Darius kind of presumably functioning as a second attacker. I really like this composition again from Eminence Raptors. They keep building really, really strong compositions. I'm not entirely sure how it plays into their opposition, though, which does have a lot of backline assassination potential between the Vi and the Akali. Rats and Owo are going to constantly be able to threaten the Lulu, the Orianna, the Vayne, and I'm not entirely sure what a Sinban and Steezy Darius Jarvan frontline can do about that. They're going to need to simply be more aggressive, get past the Braum, and the way Shanks has been playing, that's going to be very difficult.
And when you mentioned, right, RTZ should be able to play that black line a little bit well. I think that's the perfect gameplay for RTZ, because they've been able to show us that patience is definitely a virtue and it wins you your games. I mean, they showed it in match number 1 when they went in there for the steals. They showed it in match number 2 when they didn't want to go in and engage so fast early on. They allowed Eminence to kind of drag on the game for a bit, but when they went in there for the finisher, they got the job done. What sort of a gameplay are you expecting out of Eminence thus far, based on the first 2 matches that you've watched, TJ?
I mean, I can tell you what they need to do to make this composition work. Do you want to hear that?
Of course.
They want to press early on, aggressive, find a lot of kills that they can pass over to their Vayne, pass over to their Darius, and win by the mid-game. This is about team fighting. They have built a composition for that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see if or not Eminence Raptors are ready to take on RTZ Underank, because in game number 1, it sure as hell looked like they were, at least for the first half, until all those steals dropped in for RTZ. It seems to be a beautiful surprise being pulled out, and the flash away will ensure kids just survives for a little bit longer, but the 3-on-2 situation will last. They don't get to bait in the attack from RTZ in towards their turret, and both squads will survive a little bit longer. But an interesting surprise attack there for an opener, DJ.
And they scarce it back. Smite goes to Owo. Walks into the enemy jungle. AJ says, "Oh, whoa, what's this?"
and they'll back away, because the very first skirmish that they've opened up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, RTZ Underank has done quite enough, has done a definitely more than enough, I would say, at the early stages. Eros taking up against Poignards. It won't be a very good matchup for Eros. He needs to back away immediately, and that very 1 minion left for RTZ at the dual lane is not going to help Poignards much at all. As Crowns as Shanks goes up against Fluffy, this could be an early takedown, but Fluffy's not going to be playing into their hands and will back away and depend on the turret for some defense. Ovo might be able to make a change in here and influence that mid, but no, focuses in on that scuttle. I wonder what is the play here for RTZ Underank as all of those plays focus in on that Baron side.
If Sinbad loses all 4 buffs, dive in. He's going to try and steal away the buffs. I don't think he got it. Not in the middle of all that. Stuns will be found, though. A big impale onto Rats. And the dive is there. So, first blood goes over to Fluffy. That's very important. And Steezy actually flashes forward, chasing Owo, but can't find the kill. Rats is low. Sinbad will flash forward, is low himself, and cannot challenge into Rats, but it's good the damage is there. Crowd will get the trade. Fluffy's on 2, impales Crowd away, stays alive on a sliver of HP, and Fluffy has gotten what they need. Early kills onto the Vayne, that is very important.
Yeah, amazing turnaround. RTZ Underrank, they went in there for the Juggernaut push, but they had to pay for that quite heavily.
But there were just so many buffs and camps that got taken away from Sinbad. It may not be manifesting right now in the gold difference, but if Owo is able to full clear their own jungle again, you're going to see a pretty significant difference in gold. There is much more standing gold over on the RTZ side. You're gonna potentially see Sinbad fall quite badly behind here, and given how much of the team's tank and frontline he is, that could be very bad for the Raptors.
Shanks and Crown just doing the tango down there, the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, waiting for the players of Eminence Raptors to make their approach as Ovo just stands in here, waiting to probably just give a little bit of some backup as Fluffy and Kids goes in for that fight. It's still I would call it an equal fight. It's an equal standoff. They're both gatekeeping each other. Neither squad's going to be progressing right now.
And I think it's important to note that this fight is happening, because of course, I talked about this during game number 2. It was a huge reason why RTZ got early control of the game. Their strategy is they put their traditional duo lane in the mid lane and throw that Ziggs, oftentimes a mid laner, down bottom. The reason they do that is because the Ziggs can wave clear very effectively into a duo lane if it gets run against him. So, you put the Vayne Lulu in that lane, he will be able to keep them at arm's length just with the bombs, just with the wave clear. And that's what happened during game number 1. Of course, during the meantime, the duo lane was bullying Arrows in mid. This time round, Eminence Raptors, having learned from that experience, are matching the duo lane in mid and sending Arrows down to match the Ziggs in bot. They are kind of conceding and matching RTZ's playstyle.
Sinbad is on a mission to remove all of the side wards immediately, and Shanks with the exact same mission as well for the RTZ side. And RTZ choosing to engage with the Cloud Drake early, and I really was thinking they might just wait for Eminence to go in there first and then move in for the steal, but it looks like they just don't want to wait. Steezy almost taken down, and it looks like Rats is just going to finish him off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and nothing can stop them. But RTZ Underrank right now will have to be on the back foot because backup has arrived, and the fight for the Drake will break down in just a bit, DJ.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty big kill for RTZ to find. It should guarantee they get this Drake. Respawns are coming in. Steezy will be rushing towards this. Sinbad's kind of hovering over the wall. Poignards is split. Sinbad, do you go for this? Yes, he does! Drake still locked down by RTZ. Sinbad is gone. Over the wall. Steezy's joined the fight. Will find a 3-man pull, but can't find the kill. Shanks will disengage. There is a 1-man trade. Arrow's able to find exactly one answer for the 3 Eminence Raptors players that die.
And just like that, RTZ Underank has turned the tables around on the Eminence Raptors. Now, this is not a winning turn for sure, but the advantage on their side. The Rift Herald, as it spawns in a moment, ladies, German boys and girls, who's going to be able to pick that up? Because, as you can note, none of those turrets have been taken down just yet. Eminence Raptors, if they manage to go in here, pull the Rift Herald for themselves, they might be able to make a difference in which lane they go in for, though, TJ. What do you think? Where do you think will be the best for them to push now to make a difference for themselves?
I mean, you're counting your chickens before they've hatched, AJ, because you're not going to get fought over this, I think.
Of course. Of course, RTZ is not going to let this go, man.
Yeah, if you do get a Rift Herald here, you are just looking at... I think, looking at mid lane, because it's traditionally the maximum damage that you can deal to any given map, just because it opens up so much in the jungle, and it's doubly important in this game because both AD carry lanes are playing through the mid lane, and both AD carry lanes are win conditions.
And they know exactly where the problem lies, and it is with Steezy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And once that problem has been eliminated, the Rift Herald belongs to RTZ Underank. I mean, counting those little eggs before they hatch, indeed, my friend. Eminence Raptors, they had one person to count on. And that's the mistake, because they've only been counting on Steezy to do a lot of that heavy lifting. And at last, ladies, German boys and girls, nothing is going to come out of it. That one-man show just cannot affect the game that much. RTZ Underank showing you exactly how to pull this off. As Fluffy goes in there for the slay as well, RTZ looks ever so more stronger in here, TJ.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was... certainly not calling for, but warning about maybe during the draft. If you are putting Steezy on something like a Darius, you need to invest resources into that. Oh dear. RTZ are investing those resources. Eminence, nobody is nearby. Nobody is anywhere close to that top lane, and hasn't been this entire game. And that means that Steezy is just not going to be a player. He's just a ward at this point.
Yeah. Steezy has no chance, man. Every time he steps in there, he gets eliminated, even though... Rift Herald being pulled out by RTZ here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the mid will get taken down in just a moment. But the defense, look at the players from Eminence Raptors coming back in here. Kids with those shots, but will need to back away. Very low on that HP, and he will survive for just a little bit. Poinards, on the other hand, will hold such a far line. Yeah, whilst waiting for his minions to come back in here, and Eros will hold the line for Eminence Raptors, but good play from both sides. I think Eminence pulled out at the very right moment there, TJ.
Why is Poinards doing so much damage? Like, Ziggs is like crazy, but this seems like a lot. Oh, he's got one. Shank's very low. Steezy does find the marks, does the Noxie and Guillotine though, can't complete the kill, and now Crown will turn. First kill, does he get the reset? No! Didn't get the ultimate in time. And Crown will survive. What? One kill only to Steezy, but I thought for a moment they were going to be able to find their way back into the game off of that.
Yeah, if Steezy had managed to go in there and just go in for one more kill, so close he was. But that's the problem. Even we are now starting to depend on Steezy to turn things around for Eminence, and that's just going to break them down even further.
Yeah, a very, very rough mid lane fight. Poinards does so much damage, and Owo is just able to tank the front line and tank all of the damage being poured out by Fluffy. So Fluffy, as the carry that, again, Eminence Raptors put a lot of early game attention into, has now essentially been reset.
Possibly a 10k lead on the goal coming up for the RTZ Underank in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Can they influence this game a little bit more in their way? As we see the appearance of Baron Nashor in a moment, RTZ is more than confident, I would say, TJ, to go in here for the fight. But Steezy can still make a difference for his squad. Can he get the backup that he deserves? He has shown that he doesn't, need it this much or thus far, but like you said, right, nobody's helping him farm those gold.
Look at this shockwave and look at how it very nearly gets Eros 2 kills and then does. Yeah, they just don't have damage anywhere now, and that's kind of the problem, because Fluffy is their damage, Fluffy has Blade of the Rim King and Static Shiv, and that needs to like be enough to save the day. But I just don't think it is.
They do this, they take down the Baron, and it's all over, DJ. I mean, call me a baby, buddy.
Nobody
I'm
knows.
calling it right now. I'm calling
There's
it
no
right now.
vision.
42-32. How do you make a comeback?
There is no vision. RTZ just sneak the Baron. Raptors, what are you up to? I'm gonna be toxic, TJ, for a moment. Nobody's heard him in ages. But there's no Drake up. There's no other objective to contest. And all of RTZ vanish from the map. You know, at the risk of sounding a little too mean, I wonder what they're up to.
Even if they do come up with a game plan right now, the game is just out of their hands. RTZ Underank has just outplayed the Eminence Raptors. I mean, the Raptors may be known for one of the most ferocious creatures that have ever, tread the earth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But RTZ Underank, there's a reason why they are underranked, because they stay under cover for as long as possible, and when you least expect it, they spring it on you. Shanks as well as Crown, they will go in to say hello to Steezy's lane because it's all empty for the taking now, DJ.
Yeah, Steezy dies down bottom. This should be game at this point, as you were talking about. Sinbad trying to find something, but if you don't CC point ards, you just lose every team fight at this point.
Come on,
Wild growth. Look at how much damage he does. Poinards
is just crazy right now.
Ratzel dive the front line. Will be guillotined. Survives it just fine. There is a bit of bleed there, but it's not enough to get the kill. And it does look like RTZ are finally giving you your donuts. Game number 1 was insane. Game number 2, a little bit scary at the end. Game 3, it's smooth sailing, calm motions.
Yeah, smooth sailing indeed, man. Eminence Raptors, what happened? That one break that they had in terms of their spirit for the starting game, that's all it took for RTZ Underank? Because I feel like, if they continued in here with that same exact approach, that same exact aggression, they should have been able to hold RTZ back. And RTZ played the save game, TJ. They clearly showed us that. They did not underestimate Eminence Raptors. But once they saw how Eminence Raptors was so heavily depending on Steezy's skills and Steezy's slays, they are going all out aggressive. And it seems to be working in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Steezy was so hard to deal with because he was playing Fiora, a character that Steezy is apparently unstoppable on. And you will notice that Camille has been in the ban list every single game this series. I suspect that's because of Steezy. But if you can deny Steezy the opportunity to split lane with something like a Camille, something like a Fiora, then there's just no way for Eminence Raptors to set up the game state. They won them game number 1, or almost won them game number 1, rather.
They made the Ocean Dragon look like a chump, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they went in there for a team takedown. Shank just spinning around, just having some fun in there. He's going to go back, place himself back at the base, strengthen up a little bit more for one final push in here. I mean, 11 seconds more for Baron Nashor to pop out. Most probably RTZ Underrank's going to go in here and can we even say contest? Because Eminence Raptors don't look like they are bothered at all with Baron Nashor.
I don't think they can reach it in time.
Yeah.
They're gonna push forward here, but RCZ are aware of what's going on. They're gonna set up a bait. This should be game.
The bait might just be enough. Okay, we've got Sinbad as well as Steezy going
Dive
in here. It is a full-on.
Sinbad onto Crown. Watch Crown in the back of this fight as they stay alive, as they stay untouched. Crown will kite back and find so much damage. Now a dive forward, and they're able to 1v1 Fluffy, the opposing AD carry. A double kill passed over to both carries of RTZ as Poinards finds 2, Crown with 2 more of their own, and that is going to be a complete team wipe. RTZ pushing in for a 3-0.
With the corgi butt flashing on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the final push for the Nexus, and RTZ Underrank helps the Mustachio to show exactly what a Malaysian donut looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. Just some good, wholesome League of Legends. That's what that was. RTZ definitely demonstrating they deserve their slot. Able to fight back from near impossible odds in game number 1, stabilize a risky game in game number 2, and just for variety, win a damn clean one in game number 3, as nothing possibly could have gone wrong from that game state.
Zero, man. I mean, Eminence Raptors did not see that coming at all. They were pulverized in game number 3. Game number 1 was probably their best run ever. Then again, it's all because of Steezy. If you look at what sort of a damage they were doing as a squad in game number 1, it just really wasn't that impressive. And that's exactly what RTZ did, man. They nerfed their only carry, and that was it. That was a beautiful, easy 3-0 victory.
You want to know what pain looks like? It's Steezy getting killed 7 times. He was getting ganked so often. They had set up a tent. They were living in his lane. And he's still, for what it's worth, the system has decided he's the MVP. He was still doing a ton of damage. I bet those damage numbers, when we swap over to them, are going to be a little too high for him. Yeah, Steezy is the standout player for Eminence Raptors. No two ways about it. A really, really good performance. RTZ Underank, I think, demonstrated... Sorry?
No, sorry. What I was about to say was it tells you a lot that, you know, the player that died the most on the squad is still the SVP, I should say, the second most valuable player in the whole game. But it tells you a lot about Eminence Raptors.
I do not know what SVP stands for, so I am so thankful that you communicated that to me. Yeah, I think it's really important, right? Steezy, we should celebrate him. But I also think it's very important to talk about RTZ, because between Crown and Poinards, they demonstrated some real, I don't know, depth of their own. Poinards, obviously very fond of this Ziggs, but I would be willing to bet their scaling control mage playstyle would work on anything that fits that category. I'm really looking forward to what he is able to do, what Poinards is able to do as the Icon series goes on. I'm certainly going to be paying attention to that. And then this is a team with multiple threats, and a big part of that is because of this Crown Shanks bot lane. Shanks plays a damn good tank. It's certainly not flashy. We have some tanks that are, you know, landing 4 or 5-man knockups, saving the day by themselves. Shanks never lets it get to that point. You're never at a point where Shanks needs to land a 5-man knockup and turn the team fight, because Shanks is always there in between the threat and his carries. He's always landing the glacial fissures at the right time, and it adds up such that things are never out of control. It's a really, really fun bot lane to watch. Shanks and Crown work very well together.
And going back into Poinards once again, right? The damage that he was just doing with the Ziggs was absolute madness in the game. TJ. Yeah.
Every game. All 3 games, Poinards ended with a stupid amount of damage on Ziggs. Was that 40k in game number 1, right?
Oh.
I think it was 40,000. You can quote me on that. Fact check me. I dare you, coward.
I will not bother to do so. I won't call you
that was directed at Twitch chat. That was directed at the internet, not you. I'm sorry. I get aggressive towards Twitch chat when the broadcast goes long.
RTZ, man, what a way to take it over Eminence, right? And I have to say I am a little disappointed, because I thought it was going to be a close match. After witnessing what, you know, Geek Fam kind of pulled off against M9 earlier, I was expecting this to be the more equal fight. But on the other hand, it turned out to be an absolute no-brainer for RTZ to go in there for the Juggernaut victory, 3-0. I mean, as we bring up the post-match analysis, right, TJ, tell us, what do you think that, you know, Eminence could have kind of changed up in their game to at least pull one round back for themselves here, man?
I think you want to look at, in any given team, what parts of your team are working and enable them. That's how League of Legends works. Like, on a very basic level, League of Legends is a game about figuring out what parts of your team are succeeding in any given game and amplifying those parts while minimizing your losses. And Steezy was working every single game, and what we did not see Eminence Raptors do in any of the games was play to that win condition, was play to support Steezy in that top lane. So if I'm reviewing these VODs and I'm, a coach for Eminence Raptors, I'm starting to think about how we can maybe put some more early presence in that top lane, dedicate some more early resources to getting Steezy out ahead, because he's obviously one of the carries of this team. I also think they're putting Fluffy on like these scaling characters. They're trying to get Fluffy an early lead and then scale him into being a teamfight carry. And we never saw a clean enough teamfight from Eminence Raptors to justify that. So, confluence of things that I think need to be cleaned up around that.
And maybe if they had gone in here and provided that support for Steezy at the very least in game number 1, whilst they were waiting and wasting, I should say, so much of time, thinking if they should go in for that Drake takedown. Dude, game number 1 could have just been taken by Eminence Raptors. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all in the past. It's all done and dusted. And we have our 2 squads that have qualified in here today. Geek Fam, as well as the strong and mighty RTZ Underank. And RTZ, being such a strong community within the Malaysian scene itself, will be absolutely proud of what they've achieved in here. But this is just the first step though, TJ.
Yeah. We have lots more to go here at the Icon series, and if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, the 2 ESL channels, that's ESL_Asia, you should absolutely follow, subscribe to those channels as you like. We do still have the MVP to pull up, so let's not jump away too far. I want to, before we get there, kind of acknowledge the just overall level of performance we're seeing across these days. I think both matches today were really, really good games. Even in the second one, where it did get a little one-sided towards game 3, I think we were able to see both RTZ's incredible skill and some really fun mechanics in game number 1 from Eminence Raptors, some really fun potential. Eminence Raptors right now is one of those teams I'm filing under. This is a good team. There are really good players on this roster. I want to see what happens if they have a little bit more time in the oven, if they're given maybe a few more sessions to go through the VODs, maybe a few more tournaments to talk through their roles, and if we can see them develop a unique playstyle, build to their strengths, that's going to be another team that's a serious threat.
Yeah, there's definitely potential there. I mean, with Steezy, you don't need to say anything at all because he's already done all of the talking through his performance in here, right? But whether or not the Eminence Raptors will be able to make a stronger comeback in the Malaysian scene, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, we will have to wait and see. Because that potential that you saw, correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, was on match number 1. Did you see that same potential shine through in any way for match number 2 and 3?
I would say it was there. I mean, like the drafts, that's one of my big praise points for Eminence Raptors, is almost every single game they drafted incredibly well. And that's hard. And I want to see more teams, draft that well. Even if they can't pull it off in game, being able to think about the game that tactically is very good.
One of the key points as to why RTZ managed to take this win is because of those moments where the communication was just so strong within the squad, and that backup gameplay came in all at the right time. And if they did not do that, taking game number 1 would have been quite difficult, quite impossible, I would say, with the way Steezy was taking it. And speaking of communication, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when you step in to play your games, who do you depend on to give you impeccable audio quality? If it is not the one and only JBL with their Quantum series, trust me, you do not know audio for gaming just yet, because nobody does it better than JBL. And it's because of the exact same thing. When we go in, you look at your Jinx, you need to ramp her up. You need to go and scale her up. That's exactly what JBL does. And tell the audience, TJ, where do they go if they want a JBL for themselves?
AJ, literally every time you do an ad read, it blows my mind. Just every time it's more creative. Yeah, the new JBL Quantum Series headsets are available now. He's holding one. You can go ahead and find out more over at jbl.com.my. And we can also talk about Yadu. I believe we're ready to go there. Our customizable Telcom in Malaysia. And if you sign up, use their app, and scan this QR code right here, you get 5 gigabytes of data for free. Once again, you just need to download the Udo app and scan this QR code to get 5 gigabytes of data for free.
JBL
Sorry, I
brings
don't
you
have like a
amazing
segue.
audio.
I don't have a segue and a story and a tie-in. I can't do it. I can't keep pace, AJ.
JBL gives you impeccable audio quality. Udo gives you free 5 gigabytes data, but it has always been Maggie Hot Cup, giving gamers the exact thing that they need as they spend hours and hours in front of their PC grinding on League of Legends all of these years. I mean, the Maggie Hot Cup is synonymous to gaming. I don't know how popular it is in the United States, right? But it's super duper popular in Asian countries, man. It's a staple for any gamer at any cyber cafe. The player of the match, though, TJ, do you think he eats a lot of these hot cups?
100%. There's literally no other explanation for the way Rats played across this series. And I agree with this. You know, Rats wasn't especially flashy during games number 2 and 3, but they were something more important, and that was consistent. Rats was very important at containing the threat during game number 2, where we had very much made the call that, oh, this top lane, very scary. Rats playing up there on the Darius was able to contain the threat, then turned into an even more impressive showing during Game 3 when their own Akali was able to step up 100% kill participation, as you see there, kind of control the entire map.
Control the entire map, he did, right? And for me personally, surviving and fighting, you know, in match number 1, Rats did an amazing job at surviving, at least as much as he could. Single elimination in here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we opened up our day. Geek Fam took on Sem9, and they sliced and diced a 3-1 win over them and moved on to the group stages. And then, of course, we just saw Eminence Raptors take on RTZ Underank, and a beautiful Malaysian donut brought upon and shown to our friend here, TJ, from the United States of America, as RTZ Underank have gone through to the group stages as well, TJ.
Yeah, they will be joining our Open Qualifier number 1 victors, so I'm really excited for how this is shaping up. You know, between all the teams we've seen so far, I don't even think I can pick a winner. Because in my head, like Berjaya Dragons during week 1 looked so very strong. But then we're looking at these contestants in week 2, like Geek Fam, the team that beat Berjaya Dragons during the preseason event, qualify, but they, you know, drop a game doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of reconsidering the overall level of play. I think this is going to be a really, really fun Icon series. I think all these teams are incredibly close. And Wild Rift really kicking off with a bang.
I don't know, man. Anybody who wants to pull up this later on, I predict the grand finals already know. Should I do that? Geek Fam versus Berjaya Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't know. It might come true. But what I'm really looking forward to is seeing RTZ Underank go up against a squad like Geek Fam, right? Because they've already shown what they are worth against Eminence Raptors. But when you step it up a little bit, when you take on a squad like Geek Fam, who's just so tactical, you've spoken about how, you know, League of Legends Wild Rift is just like a 6D chess game that you have to play in here. You have to think 300 moves ahead. How do they do it against a squad like Geek Fam?
Yeah, I think that's going to be something to pay attention to as kind of tactics evolve, right? One of the things that's most exciting to me here is I'm getting to see people figure out the game for the first time. And that's really the joy as an analyst, as somebody who's played a ton of MOBAs, League of Legends. Like, I'm coming into this and still being like, okay, they're drafting Katarina. I don't know how I feel about that yet. And I'm going to get to see kind of for the first time at the competitive level all this stuff. And that's really been the highlight of the day for me, as there's been plenty of experimentation. Unfortunately, our final experiment is going to be ending this stream, AJ.
Well, my man, the highlight of the day for me, TJ, is the opportunity to shoutcast with you. So thank you so much for carrying the mustache in here. I really, really had fun. You know, this was my very first Wild Rift cast, and dude, you made it so easy for me, man. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of the action brought to you by ESL. You've got your Maggie Hot Cup JBL as well as you do. This has been League of Legends Wild Rift with the one and only TJ as well as AJ signing off. We'll catch you when the Rift reopens.
From the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.